morning, welcome along. It's week 6 here at the MODUS Super Series, the second series since we started here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, by now, you probably know how it works, but for those who don't, here is a quick reminder. Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in fees and prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns £20,000 first prize, and after Champions Week, action starts again for week 1 of the next series. There we go, then the soothing tones of some mystery northerner describing the state of play here at the MODUS Super Series. But joining me, Chris Murphy, is Matthew Edgar. Matthew still came along despite all the ribbing from Glenn Durrant in comms last week.
Yeah, it gives me my chance to get my own back now, doesn't it? Because I'm the one with the microphone and he's not the one who's able to reply. So get my own back this week.
Yeah, watch out for that. I'm sure he'll be watching. He was watching last week, as was Henry Deacon. And here he is with a recap of the highlights from finals night.
It was a case of missed opportunities for Lisa Ashton, missing this double 16 to get the better of Matthew Dennant, before then Dennant putting her out of the competition. This double sealed his progression through to the semi-finals of the competition. Meanwhile, Richie Parkin had a dream debut. He knocked Lee Evans out in a last leg decider. In the semi-finals, Jamie Kelling got the better of the man who won Group A in week 5, Conor Heenahan, in a last leg decider by pinning double 8. As for Parkin, he made a charge to the final, getting the better of Matt Dennant 4-1 in his semi. But JK made full advantage of all the opportunities that came his way, and he was the 5-star player in week 5.
Yeah, interesting week, Matt. Richie Parkin, the story, had never been here before, turned up through his first on stage 170, won 5 out of 5 on his first night, got to the final, but ultimately Jamie Kelling took the title. Yeah,
and I think that's probably a surprise winner, really, when we look at the people going through to Champions Week. A couple of people, really, if we look back throughout the weeks, we probably wouldn't have predicted they've got through. But it's making a really interesting Champions Week so far. And like I say, Richie Parkin had a good week. Lisa Ashton's just knocking on the door, isn't she? She's getting so close to actually getting through to one of these Champions Weeks. And I don't think that's too far away either.
Yeah, brutal format, isn't it? First to 4 legs in all of the matches, whether it's the first match on a Monday morning or whether it is the final on a Saturday night. Now, we'll have a look, Matt, at what's coming up this week, because I mean, it'd be difficult to say that anything would be a surprise, because look at those groups, it really is stacked.
Yeah, I was literally just having a chat with Henry before I came up here about this group especially, because that's the one we're about to see now for the next 3 days, Group A. And I said, it's like, every player's got their own story. You know, you can make an argument and a case for any of those players. It's just which story does come to the front out of the 6 stories we're going to see battling it out.
Yeah, we'll focus on Group A. That's the one we're going to show you this morning and the next 2 mornings after that this week. One player going through to finals night, and we did see with Mike Warburton last week, he was leading the group all the way through, fell in the penultimate match and then lost it in the last match and then never made it to finals night at all. So when you're in that race, you really want to get it wrapped up as quickly as possible, don't you?
Yeah, as soon as you keep anybody alive, they can come back and hurt you. We've seen that even just this past week, you know, in the results, either players going 3-0 up here or even at things like the Players' Championship finals at Minehead. Players taking a big lead and then it just getting reeled back. You keep a player alive, they can punish you, and they often do.
A couple of players I want to just touch on before we get into the first match of the day. One of them, David Cameron, won the World Seniors Masters earlier this year, and he's going to be playing at Ali Pali, so really good preparation he can find here.
Yeah, and I did have a little dig into David Cameron, see what he's been doing. He's been doing very well on the CDC. He's been picking titles up there. But I like to look deeper into, rather than just look at the face of it and go, oh, he's throwing around about a 90 average. There's more behind those stats. How is it when he's in front? How is it when he's behind? And every stat that I've dug into with David Cameron shows a very good level of consistency. And that's what I'm expecting to see from him in this one. And consistency, I say, is always key in this. And he's going to be very dangerous in this group.
Yeah, the other one I really do want to look at is Gian van Veen, who was playing in the Players' Championship finals just a couple of days ago in Minehead. Then went back to mainland Europe to play in a World Championship qualifier. It didn't work out. And then he's come back over the waters to play at the Super Series this week. Surely must be a little bit fatigued before a dart's even been thrown.
Well, one thing that he'll be is getting used to that now, because if you look at the back end of the year that he's had, he's played so well, and when you play as well as he does, what comes with that is a lot of travelling. And when you start playing better, you've got to play more. You've got to travel more. You've got to go do more things. And that's the bit he's in at the moment. And because he's winning so much at the moment, I don't know if that fatigue is going to be too much of a problem, because when you're winning, and winning the amount of games he is, his seasonal running average on the Pro Tour alone is over 94. That is quality darts. If you can bring anything like that, he's going to be... And this is what I mean about the stories. I've just told you 2 examples of people who can win this group, and we only spoke about 2.
Yeah, and speaking of winners, we've got Graham Usher and Josh Payne, who have won in this event before. Payne, of course, twice a winner on the Players' Championship circuit. But the first match is Arjan Konterman against Gary Stone of Scotland. And Henry Deacon caught up with the pair earlier on.
Gary, Ian, welcome to the Super Series. Gary, we'll start off with you. Your first impressions of this stage?
Yeah, it looks great. Obviously, all my experience has been in Southampton, which I thought was great. Obviously, just coming into this venue, absolutely fantastic what they've done. Obviously, came a long way. And speaking to guys like Jason and etc., obviously it's on the up and it's only going to go up. So,
is it longer?
Yeah, great. Absolutely
yes.
Fantastic.
Ian, for you, how important will the experience being on this stage this week be for you?
I play 2 times in the old venue, and now this is the first time here. So we will see.
It's a tough group, very good players, both of you obviously in that category. What's your expectations this week? Start with you, Gary.
I'm actually used to tough groups, to be fair. I've never had an easy group as such. I prefer that. I obviously get the World Masters when I go home. So this, for me, competitive practice all week against top quality opposition is absolutely perfect for me. Brilliant.
Is that similar feel for you, Ian? Is that similar feel for you, that the tough matches that are ahead, bit of match practice?
Yeah. All the players here are great players, so it's a hard game for everyone, I think.
And of course, it's behind closed doors from Monday to Friday, but are you two relishing the fact that Saturday, if you get through to the finals, there's going to be people in the audience?
It's all about the Saturday. I don't worry too much about the Monday, Tuesday even. Obviously you want to win Group A, but I'm experienced enough, I've played in enough Super Series to know that it's a week-long thing. So as long as you get there, get yourself in the mix, and then obviously it's all about the Saturday then.
And for you, Ian, what would it be like for you to play in front of a crowd here if you got through to Saturday?
Yeah, I hope I am in the Saturday, but it's hard for me to play on Saturday.
Well, gents, I wish you all the best for the whole week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, all in agreement then that it is going to be a tough group, this Group A. Getting the action underway with our referee, Owen Binks, our commentary team, Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Chris, very good morning. Good morning, everyone. And week 6 could be the best of the lot. We have got a lineup to savour. And after Jamie Kelling was the 5-star man in week 5, who is going to be the Super 6 player to make their way into Champions Week. And we really do have 6 players who really could set the standard alight. We kick off with Gary Stone, the 41-year-old from Larkhall, made the last 16 of the BDO World Championship 10 years ago and played some good stuff here at the Super Series. Up against him, Arjan Konterman, who is becoming a bit of a regular now in this event. It's the first time in this venue in Portsmouth, but we saw him a few times in Southampton before we moved over here. Owen Binks is our referee for all the action today, and alongside me in the commentary box, looking ahead to what could be a blockbuster week of action here at the Super Series. It is a very good morning to Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. Good morning to Henry. And I think you've said everything there, really, haven't you, in regards to what's going to be happening this week? I said up on the balcony with Chris Murphy, we've got 6 players, 6 different stories, 6 different routes, 6 opportunities. And normally I like to make a bit of a prediction. I like to be quite bold. I like to hang my flag somewhere. But right now, I haven't got a clue where I'm going or where I'm going to be predicting in terms of this group.
Elsewhere in this group, we're going to see Josh Payne and Graham Usher. They met in the semi-finals of Champions Night in the middle of October. It was Graham who got the better of that one. The runner-up overall in the first series to Conan Whitehead. And then we're going to see the exciting debut of David Cameron. No, not the ex-Prime Minister. I know we're talking about political circles these days, but the winner of the World Seniors Masters is here at the Super Series ahead of his stint at the Alexandra Palace in December, and he'll take on Gian van Veen. More about that in a second, because Stone has left himself on 1-2-4 after 12 with the darts, the bullseye for the opening leg in 15, and Konterman returns for 19.
Might be a dart at the bull himself. It will be a dart at the bull himself, but Konterman takes his out.
Arjan Konterman.
And this is exactly what we mean. This is what is going to be happening throughout this period. This is Group A in a nutshell. We've tried to sell it to you, and leg 1 is the best way to show you. You can see it with your own eyes. Gary Stone misses 1 dart at the bull. Arjan steps up. Thank you very much. I'll hit the bull. 1-0.
I think we'll see a lot of 15s and less this week as well.
134.
We're going to see a lot of that as well, where a player misses an opportunity to get 1 dart, they miss it, then their opponent comes and picks the pocket.
59.
We're going to see a few heartbreaking shots this week, which is always great when you're sat in this chair rather than standing on that stage.
57.
Bit like when you got a 170 to win a match against someone.
Yeah, I did actually. I did that at the, I believe it was the Summer Series, I think it was called at the time, and I was playing one of the best 5 players that's ever lived in Gary Anderson. See, I'm not doing this. Henry teed me up for this. This is for anyone who's thinking, it's took Matt 1 leg to speak about beating Gary Anderson with a 170 finish. That was Henry's fault.
That bus you've been thrown over, did you enjoy it?
121.
Yeah, my comment normally comes at least 10 minutes in. I like people to get settled in first, you see.
125.
Talking about settled in, this pair looks settled in. Gary Stone leaving 85 after 12, averaging a tick under a ton. Well, the break back in this second leg, but it's going to be under severe pressure by Arjan Konterman, who's left himself on top. So it's going to be 1 dart again at the bullseye for Gary Stone, and he's missed a dart at that target each of the opening 2 legs, and Konterman could take advantage in leg 2 like he did in the last if he can pin this top. So that's a nice little marker, but he has to go across now for double 10, and he finds it in the end, and Arjan Konterman opens up a 2-0 lead. And it's fair to say that in the scoring phase of this match, Gary Stone has taken control, but when it's come to the finishing, 2 efforts at the bullseye come and gone, and Arjan Konterman has taken advantage of both of his chances.
I think there's also an argument there just to chuck a bit of praise on to Konterman, because actually you just said there Gary Stone just underneath 100 average, but he's only been restricted to 2 darts at the bullseye.
99.
We're going to see this a lot this week, where players aren't going to get the luxury of timing legs. They're going to be put under pressure, and we're going to see small, minute things punished, and we'll make our job in the commentary box probably a bit more hypercritical, because there's only going to be scraps of players to feed off. And if you are new to us here at the MODUS Super Series, a very warm welcome to you. You can get in contact with us throughout the day. Is that MSS Darts? You can ask your questions to both myself and Matt as the day goes on. We'll also have a little tungsten teaser to keep you entertained, whether you're having a day off, whether you're working from home and you've got us in the background, or whatever you might be doing. We'll try and keep you entertained between now and roughly 2 p.m. And if you're watching via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to give it a subscribe, because on top of the live coverage, you can also tune into highlights and the best of the action, including you can watch back the Week 5 final. You may also see highlights of the day if Gary Stone and turn this around, it'd be a highlight moment for him right from the get-go.
55. And you require 164.
You mentioned you might have us on in the background. Is that because you got used to working with Glenn Durrant last week, where you was probably on mute on most people's TVs?
89. Gary requires 76.
It wasn't because of Glenn, trust me.
Game
2-8
shot
to
the
2-1 for
third
Gary
leg.
Stone.
Gary Stone.
Keeps himself in the match. And you maybe feel that if he went 3-0 down, that would have been kind of
Vegas
against the
Arian
run of
to
play. It
throw
hasn't been a
first.
game where Konterman's really raced into a lead.
45.
We said about the different stories and things that the players possess. One person's story I haven't spoke about yet is the story I expect to see from Gary Stone.
41.
Now, one thing I expect to see from Gary Stone, I've been in groups with Gary Stone before. I've known Gary Stone for a lot of years. He had a PDC tour card about 10 years ago and had a couple of years on the tour. He had a couple of events on the tour as well when he was topping up from the Challenge Tour. So he's been around for quite some time. Couple of 180s.
180.
This is warming up nicely. But one thing he's very good at is front running. When he hits the top of a group,
60.
taking that off of him is very, very hard. However, one thing that Gary's not really worked out in his 41 years on
60.
planet Earth is how to recover when things don't seem to be going well. How to bounce back and refine that form.
140.
He mentioned, didn't he, in his interview that he doesn't tend to worry too much about the Monday and the Tuesday. But if he don't worry about the Monday and the Tuesday, in this situation with a 3-day group, when it comes down to Wednesday, he's going to be completely out of the running with this sort of group.
2-8, so 3-1. And this is a really good opening performance from Arjan Konterman. Consistent, proficient, and effective. And he's a leg away from the opening rub of the week.
Gary to throw first.
And Gary Stone is up against it here. He's averaging 92 himself. But that was a 14-darter for Konterman, who's 3 out of 5 on the doubles. And that 42 start could open the door here for Konterman against the darts. And he looks as if he is going to crank it right open. He's banged the door down.
180.
Just casting my eye, should I say, over
48.
the next couple of games. Gary Stone's going to have a 3-game wait, then comes back on, and he'll be throwing second against Gian van Veen, who, I think, to be honest,
100.
is going to be the guy who the eyes are on, certainly in these opening rounds of fixtures. And when we say about Gary Stone looking to start well, this could be a problematic start, really, for Gary Stone, and maybe we'll see a different story unravel for him where he's not going to be able to front run.
58.
Konterman averaging 97.5, and it's only going up.
100.
Well, if this is the standard we're going to see all week, as we think it might, then strap yourselves in, folks, because we are going to see 6 days littered with quality darts. Konterman 1-2-1 for the match.
41.
Well, he's took the 1 off the end, so he's just rounded it up nice and easy. 80's a good shot, really, for a professional dart player. It means you get the shot at the treble 20, something he's been throwing at for the whole match. If he misses that, it's just straight up that vertical line.
80.
So 20 again for tops. 2 10s for the match. That is nice. Just makes it bigger.
60.
He's just caught the flight.
Gary Rick 157.
Not fully penetrated the board. He'll be expecting to come back with Gary back on 157. And he does come back. 2 10s to get it wrapped up, to get 2 points on the board and to kick his campaign off in the perfect style.
Aaron, you required 20.
Double 5.
Game
And
shot
Arjan
out the
Konterman
match.
sets the standard for the week
Arjan
ahead. A
Konterman.
4-1 victory over Gary Stone, who was restricted to minimal opportunities, but Konterman getting the better of Stone by 4 legs to 1. It is he who gets his week off to the perfect start. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's going to be a rerun of the semi-finals on Series 1 in Champions Week as Josh Payne takes on Graham Usher.
Welcome back, and what a start we've just witnessed for Arjan Konterman, the Dutchman, who has produced a very decent opening display of this week's action in defeating Gary Stone by 4 legs to 1, an average in there of 92.28 as well. Hit 4 out of his 9 double attempts, a 90 check out the high for him. Maybe the damage was done in the first couple of legs when Stone missed the dart of the ball to win each of them and lost them both, and Konterman never really looked back from there. His countryman, Gian van Veen, will be in action in a couple of games' time, taking on the World Seniors Masters winner David Cameron. But before that, it is 2-time Pro Tour champion Josh Payne taking on Graham Usher in a repeat of a Champions Week semi-final, which Usher won. And you can see what it meant to him there in front of a packed house here at the Super Series. Josh Payne was very disappointed after that match. Usher went through to the final but was beaten in the end by Conan Whitehead, you may remember. So maybe back with a point to prove, the pair of them at the Super Series in this second stage of the tournament. And Henry Deacon caught up with them both a little bit earlier this morning.
Josh, Graham, welcome back to the Super Series. It's the first time we've actually seen you since Champions Week. Josh, semi-finalist last time out. Is it for you a case of trying to get 2 steps better this time?
Not really, no. I didn't play well enough on that night, to be honest. I had a really off night, and I didn't find any consistency in this or whatsoever. But I felt like that throughout the whole night. I don't, dwell on them. I just think of another competition now, and I treat this as a different one, and hope to do all the way.
Graham, you came so close last time to picking up the big prize, lost out in the final against Conan. What does it feel like being back on this stage?
Yeah, love it. Just waiting to get back into it. After losing, the first thing I want to do is come back and try again. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Tough group, tough week, but you two know each other quite well. Does that help for an opening game on a Monday morning?
Yeah, I mean, we've played each other plenty of times. He's an awesome player as well, I'm sure we're going to have good games throughout the week. And hopefully it's me and him in the final, and we can just, settle the semi from last time.
And of course, tough group for this week. So how important is it to get off to a good start?
Yeah, very important. They're all tough groups, But yeah, to get the first 2 points on the board, first game, it'd be nice. But like I say, Josh, quality player, so yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, we wish you both the best of luck for the rest of the week. Gents, good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Him back. Ahead of game 2 here at the Super Series in week 6. This is a repeat of the semi-final from Champions Night in stage 1. It sees Josh Payne, the 28-year-old from Ashford, a 2-time PDC Pro Tour event winner, has played on all the big stages, has the maximum. But this is the stage where he wants to shine up against Graham Usher, who came so close to winning the £20,000 top prize last time out. The gambler will be looking to go 1 step better in Series 2 and land the jackpot. But in this heavyweight clash to begin our week 6 duels, who's going to win out on this one, Matt?
Thanks for that. I was really hoping you'd ask me that question.
To throw first. Game on.
Can I have maybe 10 minutes? Okay, Josh. I'm going with Josh.
140.
How much was that fence you bought from B&Q?
60.
Yeah, like you said, Josh sort of played on all the big stages, hasn't he? But one thing we can say about this stage is it brings out the best in Graham Usher. When we look at some of the stuff he's done here, like the speed of the games that he's had, I think he had a game in like 6 minutes, 6 seconds here once. And he's had so many averages over the 100, but then he's had a couple of Pro Tour invites this year, and it's just not happened for him. Whenever he goes to the Pro Tour, he seems to be around about the 80 average, the mid-80s. Couple in the high 80s, but there's just something about this place. Maybe it's the long drive down here. You saw on the graphic at the start, he comes from Scarborough. Maybe that really long journey down here just gives him a bit of time to ponder.
Yeah, it was that game against Dan Reed. We got the 9 time the Champion of Champions. And in that same event, he played Andy Jenkins and beat him twice within 6 minutes. Andy Jenkins is involved in this week, so that might be a point to have a look at as the days go on. Payne here leaving a 170 after 12. Didn't have to go for it with Usher back on 206.
94.
But a lot of people would have looked at this lineup and would have thought these two could be the pair that top Group 8.
60. Joshua requires 76.
And it could be Payne who inflicts the first blow on Usher. He's going to get one dart, a double top for a 1-0 lead. And that's all he needs to take the opening leg. And so Josh Payne's week is up and running. He takes the opening leg against Graham Usher, who returns back to his table to have a sip of water. It's all very friendly between the pair. It was very friendly in the pre-match interview between the two as well, both on and off camera.
140.
You missed one there, didn't you? He says, Josh looking to land the below. You should have been Josh looking to inflict some pain.
It's a long week, Matt. Let's not go too early.
Speaking of which, who's going to win Group A then? See how you like it.
Do you know what? I'm actually going to stick my neck out.
140.
Unfortunately, I'm not on camera, so you can't see that happen.
83.
I'll tell you what, in this format, I really like the look of David Cameron. I know he's a debutant, but you know what you're going to get with him. He's going to be consistent. He's going to be anything between about 82 and 92, and I don't see him having a game that drops below that. I'll probably put the mockers on that now.
95.
He will be up in our next game, Gian van Veen, awaiting that one. And is this our answer to Matt Hancock being in the jungle? Is it? We've got David Cameron playing darts.
83.
We'll be hoping he doesn't finish third. Well, actually, you can't finish third, can you? We've scrapped the third, fourth place playoff. Graham Usher is looking for the second leg on the ball. Doesn't go, and so Payne has the opportunity to break with the Shanghai.
Just have to come around that slightly, just how it's kicked off, and he's found the treble 20. Great dart there for Josh Payne, and he wraps it up on the tops. 2 from 2 on the finishers so far from Josh. And he's looking in the mood, isn't he? He said that he wants to have a bit of a settler for that semi-final. He obviously wasn't happy with how he produced in that one. Felt he let Graham get away with one and wants to give him one back.
60.
But how many times do we see this, Matt, where a player does something spectacular to break the throw, but then when they come back to the oche to start the leg they have with the darts, they begin with a trebleless visit?
45.
Big day of darts really today, isn't it? But it's the World Championship draw later on this evening. We've got this afternoon. We've got the final places to be decided in the PDPA qualifier.
83.
A room full of nerves and excitement.
I won't talk about the grin that Matt Edgar's got on his face. It was his most prolific tournament win.
59.
So Glenn Dunn was 3-time world champion. You were 3-time world championship qualifier winner.
83.
Yeah, but I think, did he only play Ali Pali, I think 3 times, didn't he?
I'm not getting involved in your domestics. I'm simply the peacekeeper.
44. 30.
Well, Josh Payne is going through this game at a rate of knots. Graham Usher with a, has to be said, for the standard we know he's capable of, a bit of a below-par performance.
59.
Again, when we was looking through, and I keep going back to it, the stories, because all these players have got completely different routes, but when you put them all together, all those ingredients, it makes it interesting. And one thing we said about Graham Usher is he's probably the most likely player to hit us an average over 100, but at the same time, is the most likely to drop in a clanger.
125. Graham, you require
And
160.
if you drop that clanger in at the wrong time against someone like Josh Payne, you could end up with a 4-0 defeat, which in these group phases, legs are
60.
important,
Josh
especially
require
early on. You don't
20.
want to be chasing.
Double 5. The
Game
chase
shot
is
the
on for
third
Graham
leg.
Usher.
Josh Payne.
It's like when you're up against the beast on ITV at 5 o'clock, you got your first 2 questions wrong and you've got to get everything right on the way
Well,
home.
it's Graham
One
to
mistake
try
and you know you're going to
first.
be eliminated. And that is exactly the situation that Graham Usher finds himself in. The question
Game on.
is, can he answer it? And I know that that made no sense.
60.
Talking about questions, we will bring back the tungsten teaser today. Worked very well last week. And also, do you want to be a part of the new gang we have here at the Super Series? All of our viewers are very welcome to be a part of it. They came and joined us the other week, the Midnight Darts Club on Thursday and Friday. You want to be a part of the gang with all of our friends watching at home?
140.
Midnight.
Midnight at the away. No. Okay. You can get involved by tweeting us at MSS Darts with all your questions, observations and views. Do keep them fun and keep them clean, though.
60.
If you want to get it in during this match, you might have to do it very, very fast. Because Josh Payne
100.
doesn't want to be up there too much longer. He's had enough of this game already.
96. Josh, you require
It's
161.
161 points. It will all be over. Make that 101.
97. Graham, you require 145.
64 is a nice shot. You get to take your pick. I would expect to see Josh trying to leave tops here. He's
55.
tried to do it for the whole match
Josh
so far.
requires 64. 24.
And that tots was a 4-0 victory. And
Randy
one thing we didn't
190.
expect today was maybe the first 2 games to be racing through as quickly as it is. Double 15 to stay alive with Payne left on tops. It doesn't go.
75.
And so Payne gets his chance to
Josh
seal a 4-0
require
win.
40.
Gets his chance to inflict some pain. We mentioned that. Like some revenge for that
Game
defeat
shot on the match.
last time out in the
Josh
semi-finals.
Payne.
And there's some revenge. A 4-0 victory for Josh Payne. He kicks his campaign off with a couple of points. Graham Usher, long way back. A lot to do. 4-0 defeat for him. Who's going to get the victory in our next one? There have been 2 pretty clear victories so far. Will we get another one when David Cameron takes on Gian van Veen?
Welcome back to this morning's MODUS Super Series action, where we've had two one-sided affairs to kick off the day's play. Arjan Konterman winning 4-1 against Gary Stone in the opener, and then Josh Payne whitewashing Graham Usher. A 4-0 win for the man who has won 2 PDC professional titles, a 120 checkout in there for Payne, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, an average just shy of 85, but Graham Usher really wasn't at the races in the second match of the morning, and it really did see Josh Payne inflict revenge for that defeat at the semi-finals on Champions Week. So 4 of the players have played now, the final 2 still to get underway. David Cameron, one of them, debutant here at the Super Series, but a very experienced player from Canada. Did win, in fact, the World Seniors Masters earlier this year, beating Phil Taylor, no less, in the final at Lakeside. He takes on the much-travelled of late, Gian van Veen, playing in his 3rd different tournament over the course of the last few days, having been at Minehead for the Players' Championship finals. Then he went back to mainland Europe to play in a qualifier for the World Championship. Didn't really work out at either of those for him, so he will be hoping things work out at the Super Series this week. And Henry Deacon spoke to him and his opponent earlier this morning.
Jan, David, welcome to the Super Series. Jan, for you, come back off the back of Minehead at the weekend. First of all, how did you find that experience?
Yeah, it was, of course, a good experience to be on that stage in front of that crowd, and like, as I said, first time in a PDC major. And I think I played all right, just Ross didn't miss anything, and I played decent, so I'm quite happy with that experience as well, yeah.
First time you've been on this stage here in Portsmouth. We've seen you in Southampton before. What's your first impressions?
Well, it looks great, you know, it's way bigger than it was in Southampton, which is good, and I can't wait to get started, really.
David, first time for yourself here on debut at the Super Series. You looking forward to the experience?
100%. I mean, it's, you know, any experience is better. You know, we'll give you more experience and a great opportunity, right, to even get better. So, yeah.
It's been a fantastic 2022 for yourself. Won the World Seniors Masters. First of all, what was that experience like at the Lakeside?
You know, it's finally nice to break through. You know, my game was always there, but it just didn't show up at times, obviously. So, but it did there. And I mean, and to get to play Phil Taylor in the final was just, you know, it's kind of a dream come true in a sense. But he wasn't the same guy he was years ago, and I get that. But it was still fun.
Of course, you're here to win, but it's also a great experience for you to get some match practice ahead of the PDC World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, anything that I can do to get on stage and to give you that little extra, you know, to try to get your mindset and stuff is what I'm looking for sure. So.
And finally, Gian, how important is this for you to get some match practice getting into the tail of the year and, of course, a busy start to 2023?
Yeah, of course, it's really important. Next week is the Windmill World Masters on the schedule, so really good match practice and all ready for Q-School next year, and I hope to get my tour card in January.
Well, gents, we wish you both the very best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Gian and David talking ahead of their opening match in this particular competition. It's a debut for David Cameron, the winner of the World Seniors Masters in 2022 at the Lakeside from Fall River in Canada is Excalibur, the 53-year-old making his bow on the Portsmouth stage, as is Gian van Veen, although we've seen the Giant in Southampton, aged 20, former Challenge and Development Tour winner in 2022 and made his debut in a PDC major televised event when he took on Ross Smith on Friday at Minehead in the Players' Championship finals, filling in for Peter Wright, who withdrew from the tournament. We wish him and Joe all the very best. But what would Gian have learnt from that experience? Of course, on the main stage, on the televised stage, against a major winner this year in Ross Smith.
That you're not going to get it your own way on the Pro Tour all the time. And that is the biggest thing that a lot of people need to remember. Like, you hit an A game, you hit the ceiling, like Gian's done over the last sort of 6 months. He's found his A game. And sometimes, especially on that Pro Tour, that A game's not enough, and it's just riding those blows, not letting it affect him. Okay, like he said, Ross Smith didn't miss anything. He was 100% on his doubles, Ross Smith. He had 6 from 6. Played really good. And he played someone who's just won a major title recently in Ross Smith, someone who's full of confidence. And one thing that can happen on that Pro Tour very, very quickly is players can get chewed up. You can go on there, play good darts, get beat, and then it affects the future games. That's what he's going to learn through this experience here. And in the modern day of darts, like Chris Murphy said, the travelling and
85.
the amount of tournaments that Gian's been playing recently, that's the beauty of darts in the modern world. You don't have long to dwell. It's literally, okay, that didn't go to plan.
58.
What's next? Because next is actually tomorrow or a couple of days away.
As for David Cameron, an exciting debutant from Canada, one of the seniors
59.
masters this year, and because of that success, he's going to be playing in all of the World Senior events in 2023, beginning at the Circus
125. Tavern
at the beginning of February. Tickets are still available, or they are going quick. It's dartshop.tv. We are going to have a couple of seniors weeks here at the
81.
Super Series at the turn of the year. More about that in due course. But it is the Canadian who leads himself first to a finish, leaving 137 after 15. But a right snatch there with the last from Gian van Veen.
An opportunity to get an early breaker throw, which, if the first game's anything to go by, whoever sort of takes the opening couple tends to run away with it. That is a nice lie just to sit on top.
79.
Well thrown
David,
dart,
you
just caught
require
the flight
40.
very slightly, gone into the 19, so David Cameron
Game
comes
shot
back
the first
and
leg.
wraps it
David
all up.
Cameron.
And I'm just casting my mind back over that title that he picked up at Lakeside. Now, we've seen him play at Lakeside many times before in the WDF World Championship and never really produced, which I think is what he was getting at in his interview. He said in his interview that he's had the game, it's just never really happened when he's come over here.
180.
But when you look at the run that he had, it wasn't like it opened up for him. He had to play a preliminary round. That was against Kevin Painter. Kevin Painter, someone who's been playing extremely well on that seniors tour. He beat him 4 sets to 3. He then had to take on Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton, the man who won the other 2 senior majors, the match play and the World Championship. The only one he didn't win was the one which David Cameron won, which was the Masters. Then beat Colin Monk. Then beat Richie Howson. Richie Howson, who reached the semi-final
123.
of the World Championships, and been playing very well on that tour. 93 average over a 7-set game for David Cameron, and then beating Phil Taylor in the final.
140.
He didn't just beat him, he dismantled him in that final.
Could you say Excalibur put him to the sword?
100. And you require 81.
Could be a long week. Gian van Veen 81 to get back level. He's averaging 15 points higher than Cameron at this stage of the match. 64 scored, which
65.
means he's going to set things up quite handily for double 8 upon his return after 12.
We should have plenty of tumbleweeds around here because Glenn was here last week, wasn't he? So
58. Janya requires 16. Game shot on the second leg. Gian van Veen.
Level game and everything going with throw so far. Now, we mentioned about Gian playing this sort of
game on
A game recently. And when we look at the start of the year that Gian had, he actually only cashed in one of those early challenge tour events.
95.
He went through a run of 7 losing challenge tour events in the opening round. And wasn't really even competitive, sort of high 70s,
100.
low 80s. Got a win, so stopped that run in Challenge Tour number 10, and then won Challenge Tour 12. Now, if you ever need an example of don't let the short-term form affect the long-term goal, Gian is a perfect example. Cashed in, won Challenge Tour in 10, then won number 12.
140.
And can it just be as easy as one result fix a switch for you when you've got the sort of talent that Gian has?
Yeah, if you've got the talent, you've got it in the locker. it's just a case of trusting that and letting that come out. And when you go on one of these losing runs, it's easy then to get distracted by the defeats or distracted by other people's opinion. The only one that matters is yours, and if you believe it, deliver it, keep going, because it's going to come good and you're going to prove yourself right.
Well, David Cameron started upstairs in his previous visit on 306, got a 140, so he's not on a checkout, which hands Gian van Veen the opportunity of 136 here for a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead. Another one of them. Leaves double 8 for the first big outshot of the week.
120.
The Giant scares it.
66.
Two 18s to 2-1.
30.
Is that a game-changing moment?
16.
We've seen a couple of opportunities so far. We've not seen one of these opportunities get taken yet.
Game
until now.
Third leg.
Gian has just took the first big opportunity of the game, got the first break of the match, and that could be the moment that just separates these two players.
First. Game on.
That was a 14 darter for Gian van Veen, but the way he was so dominant in the leg, it felt as if he had a visit or two more.
Yeah, he's starting to get that scoring power going now. That will be reflected in the averages as we go.
180.
But, like we said, Mr. Consistency. David Cameron will not be lying down. Doesn't tend to waver his level of performance, whether he's in front, whether he's behind. Whatever is going on, David Cameron just throws like this. Nothing changes. That's why he's picking up all those titles.
83.
He's playing a guy here with a ridiculous ceiling. We mentioned he won that Challenge Tour. We mentioned he had a Challenge Tour runner-up as well in October when he lost in the final to Thibaut Tricol. But
43.
He also made a final of a Pro Tour, something we've not mentioned yet. Lost that final to Gerwyn Price. And some of the players he's beat on that run and in other runs that he's put together.
58.
Dave Chisnell, Joe Cullen, Alan Suter, Martin Lutman, Dimitri Vandenberg, Kim Hybrex. These all just show the level Gian is capable of.
And he is showing it here, leaving 170 after 12. If Cameron can pin a treble here, it may have to go.
Gian, you require 170.
That looks so inviting. Not anymore. I say it looks inviting. There's a horrific deflection into the
120.
Saw this earlier with Josh Payne.
Game shot on the
He's just snuck that one nicely in the corner.
Cameron.
And we said that no one's took their opportunity yet. And then both players taking those little mini opportunities that have been presented to them. Which,
David
if we rewind ourselves back to the very start, we said we're probably going to see that a lot today. That sort of one dart in hand, that sort of a combo shot, such as a 120, that's going to save or win, lose
54.
one of the matches.
It's a sort of group where any minuscule error is going to be punished. Let's talk about Gian van Veen's one then, to the final. It was Players' Championship 29, lost out in the final 8-4 to Gerwyn Price. He averaged 94.37 in that match. Got the better of Dave Chisnell in the semis with a ton plus average by 7 legs to 3. He then beat Willie O'Connor with another ton plus average, 6-2 in the quarterfinals. We then go on to get the better of Alan Suter. We've seen good stuff from him recently at the Grand Slam of Darts. Richie Burnett with 109 average. Just the levels that he's capable of are absolutely frightening. And to think that he's only 20 years of age, and quite frankly, he's only going to get better. Although that dart might be quite nice for him. His darts, as you can see from the top cam angle, lay quite low in the board. Don't see many of the younger players in this game become stackers, but Gian kind of bucks that trend a bit.
Yeah, and it's unusual for someone who has a big flight on the back of their dart to be able to do that.
60.
But this comes down to the
David
grip
Rick
from Gian, because he's
152.
got his thumb very close towards that point. It's come forward past the balance point of the dart. That is why it'll lay down and come in flat.
Double 16 for his second ton plus finish of the match.
Gian van Veen 116.
Talk about these opportunities having to go. Case in point again for Gian van Veen. He stays there for double 18. For the breaker throw, and that's absolutely magnificent. David Cameron missed double 16 for a 152, and he gets punished. I feel cool saying that he gets punished for missing the double 16 for a 152. But that is the standard at play we're going to see this week. Another leg, one inside the regulation par for the course 15. And Gian van Veen with a breaker throw there means he is going to throw for the match and a 4-2 victory.
140.
The fixture list just keeps coming. It keeps working out quite nicely, really, because the next game coming your way, Konterman against Payne, are the two players that won the opening games, and won the opening games 4-1 and 4-0 between them. So something's got to give there in that one.
140.
However, if David Cameron plays like this throughout the whole of the week, he is going to be a real danger. These two
97.
Have set the standard alight. The first game was quality as well. Stone 86, Konterman 92. Payne with an 84 average in his 4-0 win against Usher. It's beginning to brim up in the sort of fashion that we kind of expected. 164 for the match. Decided to go the traditional route of treble 20, treble 18 to leave the bullseye. Will Cameron do likewise, or will he go for the much more modern way now of two treble 19s? No, he decides to go for treble 18, which leaves him a dart for bullseye for 3-3.
122. January 104.
This is for the match. Last time David Cameron stepped up, he missed 152, and then Gian punished him with the 116. He won't do the same here, so Cameron, an opportunity to break the throw and take this all the way, and I think, all things considered, that would probably be the fairest outcome. But darts is not about being fair.
Darts is about winning, and that is what Gian van Veen could be set to do now. But he's missed the big number there, and it's presented Cameron with an opportunity at double 16, which perhaps he didn't expect to get. He would have expected a match start against him.
David Cameron.
And Cameron brings it back to 3-3, and he has the throw in the 7th and deciding leg. And is that the error that cost Gian van Veen his first 2 points of the group?
$140.
Cameron is looking to punish and then some.
$140.
Nothing gained and nothing lost in the opening exchange. And the longer that goes, the more it will favour David Cameron, because he is the player throwing
140.
When David Cameron opens with a throw back-to-back 140s, nothing Gian can do really, but just stick with him and hope the opportunity arises.
And what did we say about David Cameron? Consistent. Will always be there in matches, and Gian van Veen has played very well, but Cameron has managed to stick with him throughout the whole course, and as we head towards the line, it is that consistency, especially in the ton plus column. 10 of them, 5 140s, one max. But now 140 for the match, averaging 93 and a half. 6 darts for a debut victory. He may only need 3 of them. He may only need 1 dart to finish this off.
120.
Gian cannot win from here. There's no master out in the Super Series. Have to be one on the double.
140.
He's set up after 12.
20.
Yeah, deciding leg, you set a double up after 12. Doesn't get too much better than that.
15.
But you've got
And
to
you
take the
require
opportunity.
40.
And Cameron doesn't, and Van Veen returns for tops.
Game
To
shot
take the win,
match.
4-3,
Gian
in a
van
game where
Veen.
both players thought they probably had the opportunity to get it done and get it won. Gian van Veen missed a big number to cost himself an opportunity in leg 6. Cameron got the better of leg 7, but it was Van Veen who got the victory in the end by 4 legs to 3 in a quality encounter, which has set the standard for the rest to follow. That's the end of round 2. It'll be at the end of round 1. It'll be seconds out round 2 after this short break as Arjan Konterman takes on Josh Payne.
Well, that was a decent darting duel, wasn't it, before the break? But it was Gian, the man, as he got the better of his opponent in that one. David Cameron going down 4-3 in a real topsy-turvy affair. High-quality stuff as well, the pair of them averaging 92 and almost 94 from Van Veen. 40% checkout success rate was the difference, wasn't it, if you look at those stats there. Both of them hitting a big finish, 120 for Cameron, 116 for Van Veen, and that came after Cameron had missed double 16 for an even bigger finish, a 152. But Van Veen recovered from a mistake in the penultimate leg where he missed a big number in failing to set up a double, but all's well that ends well for the Dutchman, and he joins Josh Payne and Arjan Konterman on 2 points after winning their first match. And speaking of those two, they are the next two players in action. Konterman, as I mentioned, won his opener, and he won it by 4 legs to 1, taking out this nice 90 in the process. A brilliant bullseye after Stone had missed the same target to take the opening leg in that one. But Payne went one better, a whitewash win for him, 4-0 over Graham Usher. And in that one, he produced a super Shanghai shot, 120, to dish out some revenge for his defeat in the semi-finals at Champions Week. Now, we know that Payne is a proficient winner, has taken 2 professional PDC titles in his career. Arjan Konterman yet to win a title in any PDC tour, although he has reached a final on the Challenge Tour before, but a really good start for the pair of them. Heavy wins. Which one of them will emerge as the early pace setter in Group A this week? Let's find out, shall we?
Thank you very much, Murph. So the second round begins with two players who won their opening matches. So one player will make it on to 4 points following the conclusion of this one. Arjan Konterman got the show on the road with a 4-1 win against Gary Stone for 92.28 average, whilst Josh Payne, he pulled off a 4-0 success against Graham Usher, averaging 84.5. Now, Josh Payne, one of the favourites for this group, up against Arjan Konterman, who, when we've seen him here at the Super Series, a bit like David Cameron, you know what level he's going to get. He's going to be very, very consistent, very, very flatline in what he's going to produce.
Yeah, and I think what we saw from him in the opening game was probably above that level and then a little bit more as well, where what we saw from Josh Payne was nowhere near the level. Chris Murphy just said up on the balcony there that Josh Payne's won those 2 PDC Pro Tour titles. You do not get those in raffles.
96.
Josh Payne is going to be subject to our tungsten teaser as he teases us for Max to kick off this match.
$40.
So Josh Payne played in the 2016 World Match Play. Your tungsten teaser today, and you have up until Josh plays again,
58.
which is in 4 matches time in Game 8 against David Cameron. Who was his opponent in that solitary match? At MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Do get in touch with myself and Matt, who has already got it correct. He shows me on his piece of paper.
100. It's
called Edgarpedia. Darts knowledge.
$132.
Well, this is a fantastic start for Payne, leaving himself on 32 after 12. He's come out the blocks firing here. And this would be 5 legs in a row. He hasn't dropped a leg so far this week, and that train can continue if he takes out this 32. Which he does for a 14 dart leg.
Josh Payne.
Josh Payne up and running with an opening leg breaker throw against Arjan Konterman. 5 legs on the spin for the maximum.
Second leg is Josh to throw first.
He does not look like regretting one bit. That's unlucky there with a bounce out.
120.
Managed to have a little bit of a chat with Josh this morning. He loves this format. He loves this area.
85.
Partly because of the all-you-can-eat ribs, but he loves being down here, and he seems to produce. So if we look at Josh Payne towards the back end of his tour card years, he was looking like a guy that was going backwards. But then when he comes here, he just comes alive, and we don't see this Josh Payne on things such as the Challenge Tour. It doesn't quite bring out the best in him. But this format does. Round about a 91 running average. And when you think about the amount of games he has played in this format, we're talking about people like David Cameron being consistent. But Josh Payne's got that consistency level, but consistently brilliant.
45.
Do you think Josh is at his best when he enjoys his darts? He's one of those that's got to get fulfillment from the game.
Which goes back to the ribs again, doesn't it? Getting the fulfillment. But yes, Josh,
99.
Definitely. He needs to be enjoying his game. He does have this habit of liking to have a fight with himself.
140. Joshua Rock 194.
Another one of them. His tops, double 18, double top, the double-double. And so Konterman needs to take this 1-3-1 out to stop the slide. I say that he's averaging 88, but he hasn't really had a look in so far. Such has been the standard that Josh Payne has set.
Game shown the
Tops for
second
2-0.
leg. Josh Payne.
One inside 30 darts. And he just looks so comfortable playing at this level. That's the thing.
It's Arjan to throw first. Game on.
You feel like he can play at this sort of standard all day.
59.
Do speak to
140.
Josh quite a bit and mentioned pretty much all year that everything he's doing right now is in preparation to go
100.
back to Q School and get back that PDC tour card. We see players at the moment that are reconsidering routes and mapping out different journeys in darts, and I'm going to do this or that.
91.
With Josh Payne, there is literally none of that. With Josh Payne, it is a one-track mind. I am going to Q School. I am going to get my tour card.
58.
Feels his unfinished business there, which is quite bold for someone who has played in pretty much every PDC major. Someone who's won 2
60.
PDC Pro Tour titles. Feels that was all the starter, the appetizer to the main course of Josh Payne.
100.
Do you think he's got a feeling where he broke through so well in 2016, got himself to every single major that year? Do you think he gets a sense of, at that point, I should have kicked on to a certain
86.
extent?
It's tough because the thing with the ranking system and how it works, you can have a good
96.
season,
Joshua,
but
124.
it only guarantees you a season. It doesn't mean that you're going to get 2 or 3 years. Like if you broke the top 16 or the top 32, it gives you a bit more of a guarantee. When you do it on that
44.
1-year
Aaron, you
ranking
require
system,
88.
it starts again. Do it again, do it again, do it again. And you're just constantly under that do it again sort of mentality.
81.
That pressure.
Joshua require 80.
Double 10 for 3-0.
60.
Well, that's bounced in and bounced out the double.
Ariana requires 7.
Could that be a game changer? Konterman can nail this double 2. And first start looks a little bit
3.
awkward. And so Payne, who
Joshua
has already
require
hit the
20.
winning double in this leg, it bounced out, has to come back and do it again.
Game shown the
No
third
problem.
leg.
Why win the
Josh
leg once
Payne.
when you can win it twice?
That's how well he's playing, isn't it? You know, going to win legs twice now. He's won 7 of them
Josh
so
to
far
throw
with no
first.
reply.
Game on. $120.
I suppose there's one thing that you don't get paid for in the Super Series is, as a player, you don't get paid overtime.
135.
You get paid for reaching the required amount of legs, and that's the lot. Josh Payne just wants to get this over with as quick as
140.
possible. And we said earlier that I felt out of those opening games, I felt Arjan was above what we expected
100.
and Josh was below that. Where they are now is probably a little bit more of a reflection in the averages of where we expect them to be heading.
83. $84.
And you know what? It wouldn't
Joshua
surprise you. Payne took out
158.
this 158 for the match. He's got 6 from here. He's going to need the 6.
$60.
But at 60 just gives Konterman a bit of hope if he can smack in a 2-treble visit, which he cannot on this occasion. And so
76.
Payne returns for
Joshua
98
98.
for 4-0 win to move on to 4 points, to send a statement out to the field, to be the premier player at the top of Group A. And what a performance that was from Josh Payne. A 93 average to get the better of Arjan Konterman by 4-0. He doubles up his points tally. He gets the better of Konterman by the same scoreline. He got the better of Usher. He's yet to drop a leg today, is Josh Payne. He looks to be the man to beat. And after the break, we're going to see Gian van Veen in action. He got victory over David Cameron in the previous match. He takes on Gary Stone, looking for his first win of the week.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, the world's leading weekly darts tournament. And you may have seen the crowd in that little video there. If you want to be here, we're based in Portsmouth and tickets are absolutely free for all of the Saturday night sessions. A good way to spend a pre-Christmas party. So head to dartshop.tv and book for yourself, your colleagues, your mates, and enjoy the action here at the Live Lounge. And here at the Live Lounge, even so far this week, it's been perfect from Payne. Unlike me with my words, but his darts have been doing the talking. 2 wins, 8 legs unanswered from Josh Payne. An absolutely flawless start to his campaign in Group A. 93.94 average, hit half of his double attempts, including a 98 checkout, and restricted Arjan Konterman, the Dutchman, to just 3 darts at double in that match. And that's even more impressive considering that Konterman won his first match of the day 4-1 against Gary Stone. So coming up next, Stone looking to put that right. He's taking on Gian van Veen in this one. And I mentioned that victory for Konterman over Gary Stone He only had a few darts at double in that one as well. A couple of them at the bull in the first 2 legs, which he missed and was punished for. And maybe that's where the game got away from him. But he did look decent at the start of the match. However, Van Veen, one of the other players to have won his opening match, did it 4-3 against David Cameron. And Matthew Edgar in commentary reeled off some of the conquests that he's produced recently. He really is in a rich vein of form and looking to build on that with a good week here at the MODUS Super Series. So Gian van Veen is looking to join Josh Payne in winning both of his games. Let's see if he can do it in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, that joke wasn't lost on us, Chris. Don't worry about that. So welcome to Game 5, everyone. It's Gian van Veen who got the better of David Cameron 4-3 in match number 3 with 93.97 average. We're taking a trend of threes, while Gary Stone was in game 1 and lost 4-1. He'll be looking to buck that trend straight away. The 41-year-old from Larkhill. I'll stop all this numbers business. But for Gian van Veen, he averaged 94 and he looked more comfortable than that as well. He looks as if he could play around that standard for the entirety of the week.
Yeah, and, you know, we spoke a lot about
Gian to throw first.
We haven't really touched too much on Gary Stone and his recent form, because he's recently made a final as well in the Irish Classic, a WDF Gold event. Lost 5-4 to the WDF World Champion Neil Duff in that final. And is currently ranked number 37 now off the back of that within their system. So likely to be going back to Lakeside to have another crack at that. He's had 3 chances at that in the past. 7 times played in the World Masters, something a few of them have mentioned in interviews this morning, isn't it? That World Masters becoming, what is it, about 2 weeks away now?
The week before Ali Pali, it's between the 8th and the 11th. Is at the Bonte Waver complex in Assen.
Home of the Dutch Open as well. Very big venue. Lovely venue, though, to be fair, over there. I don't know if you've ever had opportunity to get out there.
I'm hoping to go and explore some European darts at some point. I have a couple of weeks off at some stage. I might go for on my travels over there.
Something that's quite interesting as well when we look at Gary Stone is the equipment that he is using. Now, if you look at Gian here, he's got a straight sort of barrel, where Gary Stone, it appears that the front of his dart is actually a bit of a bubble. As we zoom
140
in on the dart, they almost look like onions. Not sure that's the correct marketing of
Gary
the dart.
119.
We'll go with that. Gary Stone throwing the onions.
I'm sure the manufacturer will absolutely love you for that.
62 left.
The 62 remaining for Gary Stone. Just confirms with our referee, Owen Binks.
84.
There's Sterling Job at Minehead in the weekend, one of our top officials here. So double 14 for Van Veen for the opening leg with the darts.
90.
But he pulls it inside, and so Stone returns for 35 to get the break. Double 16. Nicely done by Gary Stone. All done within the space of 17 darts.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Did he bag that one?
You could say there's tears to his game.
60.
Plenty of layers to this joke, isn't there?
Although we could be in dicey territory if we carry on.
100.
Getting into choppy waters with this one, aren't we? Yeah, we need to stop.
57.
We'll be crying if we carry on like this.
Not as bad as ABBA last week. That was woeful.
40.
And of course, you can get in contact with us. Maybe send your own onion puns if you like. At MSA's Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram.
44.
And a reminder, if you're tuning in via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to give it a subscribe, because on top of the live action, which we're bringing you all day today, you also got bonus content, including highlights of every
100.
session, game of the day, and you can watch back the final from last week between Jamie Kelling and Richie Park in the Dream Debutant.
140.
We'll have more content over the next few weeks as we build up to the World Championships. The PDPA qualifier, followed by the draw for the competition. All eyes will be on the likes of Josh Rock, Bo Greaves, Alan Sherrick, Raymond van Barneveld, among others, are going to draw. They're some of the
60.
top names in the unseeded bracket. Of course, one of our very own, and Robert Owens, also taking part in that event, as is David Cameron, of course. He takes on Graham Usher next. He'll be making his way to Muswell Hill at the beginning of December.
105. Gary requires 60.
Tots are 2-0.
40. Junior require 96.
So it's 96 to level us up at 1 apiece. Still on, treble 17. Leaves himself a dart at tops to level us up at 1 apiece and to get the break back.
Game
Steps back, recomposes, fires a double. That took a lot of maturity there from Gian van Veen, and he levels us up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, just looking over actually.
Third against Gian to throw first.
To Darts Connect, having a look at the lineup for the PDPA qualifier today. There's some real standout games in that one. When you look at like Ian White,
100.
not currently qualified, taking part in that event. He's drawn Brian Raman. That's going to be a tricky game. We've got Ron Muhlenkamp in that draw. Ryan Joyce, I believe he's around world number 40 at the moment. He's got Max Hop. Max Hop doesn't get through. That'll be his tour card ran short.
93.
Scott Waits, Jeffrey Deswan. Another one where Jeffrey Deswan needs to get the win, or his tour card will be gone. Just want to do some of the names. Jeff Smith, Steve Lennon, Devon Peterson, Steve West. Some quality players in that lineup today, so we'll keep you updated with that when that gets started and what is going on regarding to that, because these are the last places available, and at the end of play there, roughly around 3 o'clock, we're going to know the full lineup for the World Championships.
We're going to know who will keep and who will lose their tour card. Who's going to be going to Q School at the
58.
Beginning of January. Could be some big names losing their tour card.
140.
When it comes to Q School, you'd fancy the man throwing on your screen now to go on and pick up a card in Gian van Veen. So he finds himself behind here to Gary Stone by 2 legs to 1, and he obtains the breaker throw, and the ball is very much in his court in this match.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
One thing that Gian's got in his favour is by not having a card at the moment, it means that he can go play
140.
He can go play next week in Holland as well when the World Masters is on. They've also got, I think, a World Open on at the same time. There's plenty of darts that he can be playing.
96.
Some of the players that have got cards have got those restrictions. And it looks like Gian is certainly making use of not being restricted at the moment.
58.
He's gone and played this weekend at Minehead. He went back to Europe to try and qualify for the Worlds. He's back here to play the Super Series. He'll then be going back over to Holland again for the World Masters and the Open and everything that's going to be going on over there. So he's certainly going to be well practiced, and he's certainly going to know what his form line is going into Q School.
And I know it's hard to predict an event where you're going to have 500 plus players in at the World Masters. It's going to be the biggest World Masters we've ever seen. There's going to be a pool stage in there as well. But you even sense before the tournament gets underway, even in a big field, Gian van Veen is going to be one of the favourites to maybe go on and lift that famous title. You wouldn't discredit him one bit, even in that kind of field.
92.
Has made the final in the biggest field that is, which is the PDC Pro Tour field. And that was recently. Pro Tour 29 of 30. Got all the way to the final, like you say, beat Dave Chisnall along the way. That's an informed Dave Chisnall as well, not just a Dave Chisnall. This was the Dave Chisnall off the back of winning that European tour.
Double 9.
Game's on the fourth
Recovers the
leg.
situation well.
Gian van Veen.
And can we officially call it now a breakathlon?
Fifth leg is Gian to
Because
third.
so
Game
far
on.
in this game, it has all gone against Fro.
60.
As you mentioned, on top of the World Masters in Assen, there's going to be a WDF World Open,
59.
which is played alongside the World Masters. I believe that a lot of that will be made up of players who eliminate from the World Masters competition early. There's silver ranking points on there. So for the player to get eliminated from the Masters early, it could be a final chance to maybe get the points
100.
required to get into Lakeside and other such competitions in that system. I believe that the tournament's going to be recorded and replayed on a television network in the UK after the time. I think it's going to be on Dutch TV Live. Similar kind of
58.
format to the Dutch Open in that respect. Before they head to the World
58.
Championships, which for the next 3 years is going to be at the Lakeside Country Club. No, I'm not going to do the Richard Ashdown catchphrase. We played in the second quarter
100.
2023. Won't take place in January, February or March.
$140. $96. Gary, you're going
An opportunity to keep these breaks going. He's going to need 2 treble 20s. He can't find the first one. What can he set himself on?
57. Jan, you require 87.
It's all level. 2 apiece. 87 apiece. We said this group would be tight. Case in point is the scoreboard.
38. Gary, you require 87.
Gian van Veen threatened to hold a throw there. But Gary Stone is also going to have a shot at the ball at the back of an 87. But just like Gian, he's
49.
missed. And so the Dutchman returns to 49 to get the game's first holder throw. 2 darts at double 16.
Game
Puts
shown
him
the fifth
within
leg.
a leg of
Van
victory.
Veen.
It'll move him on to 4 points alongside Josh Payne. And it'd inflict a second straight defeat upon Gary Stone.
First. $58.
And a pool of players as good as this, if you lose your first 2, that third game becomes oh so crucial on day 1.
100.
Because the fear is, potentially, if you lose your first 3 in this quality field, you could begin to get cut adrift a little bit.
60.
Oh, hello. Well, Owen Binks, where there's a blame, there's a claim. He's trying to take him out.
Yeah, I think the concern as well for me with Gary Stone would be that
60.
story that we said at the start, that he tends to find that when he starts well, he becomes almost unbeatable. He finds some very scary darts. But if he doesn't start the campaign
87.
well, you tend to find that he's not got that ability to chase, that ability to grind.
$100. 43.
He might have to do. Plus, Gian van Veen in the scoring phase of this leg has the advantage. Has the big advantage.
34.
They are both thrown 12 darts now, and Gian has got 140 plus points on the board.
Gian, you require 107.
When that happens, that forces you to have to take something special out. That something special, in this case, would be 128.
128.
Double 10. That is absolutely spectacular to save the game for Gary Stone, because Gian van Veen was left on 52 to take out the match, and Gary Stone, with his back against the wall, with one last chance remaining, takes out the 128 to send us to a decider. But it is the Dutchman Gian van Veen who has the darts in the 7th.
55.
That was clutch. And what was it we were saying, Matt, that any small moments could flip a game one way or the other, and it could be small margins that determine victory and defeat, and that could be the case here for Gary Stone.
Yeah, I said he needed something special, and that was out of the top drawer's speciality. 128 is not a nice finish. It's one of those really where you need the 2 trebles still. It feels
30.
a little bit more gettable, but that's probably just on the fact that you can miss that first one and still get the dart at the ball. It's not like a 112 or one of those shots. That was a really big shot, and you got the treble with the first
45.
one. Forces a treble again, and that's what's quite tricky about those shots like the 128, because you get a treble with your first one on those low tons, you expect to be given a little bit more breathing room, but it's not. Get the treble, you need another one. It's all on that second dart. Because even if you don't get the treble, the second dart still needs to be the treble.
140.
Much needed 140 there for Gian van Veen. There was a risk he was getting cut adrift in this leg, but that 140 perhaps could put him in a promising position if Stone cannot find a second treble here. And so it is. Advantage Gian van Veen. 6 darts to see the game through and to seal his 2nd straight victory of the day. And he is making a sprint towards the finishing line.
139.
And this is what the elite players do. And Gian van Veen is very quickly putting himself in this bracket and very quickly putting himself onto 4 points. But Gary Stone leaves himself on top. Gian van Veen, 62 for victory number 2 of his day. 2 darts at double 16 to put himself onto 4 points. And it's victory again for Van Veen, who gets the better of Gary Stone by 4 legs to 3. Stone took us to a decider with an inspired 128, but it is the Dutchman who claims the victory in the end in a last leg decider. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, Matthew Edgar is going to give his thoughts up on the balcony with Chris Murphy. Then we're going to see the return of the gambler Graham Usher against David Cameron.
Welcome back. We're a third of the way through the action here on Monday at the Super Series. Matt Edgar has come and joined me to discuss that action. And we'll start with the last match, Gian van Veen making it 2 wins from 2.
Yeah, 4 points, great way to start the day for him. It's the outer ring, wasn't it? Look, they're 4 from 7, 57%, that 96 finish. Really lacked, though, in that scoring department and that power scoring phase that we've seen from Gian, and that sort of form that we've seen him hit on the Pro Tour. 94 seasonal average on the Pro Tour, so quite some distance underneath that one. But he got the points, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, it looked like Stone might be about to turn it around when he took out that brilliant 1-2-8 for 3-3, but not to be. So Van Veen on 4 points after winning his first 2 matches, doing it, losing 6 legs in the process. In contrast, Josh Payne on the same points without losing a single leg.
I think the way these games are going as well, for me, is making this look really strong for Josh Payne. Not just the fact he's won 4-0, but the fact he's getting better as the day's going on, and the level of performance. He's dominating these games, where Gian, yes, he's getting the victories, but he's offering up a lot of opportunities, and he's not looking as fluent as Josh is at the moment. And I think Josh, even though they're on the same points, looks a lot better value for his.
Yeah, a win is a win, isn't it? But in this format, these group games, they can be much more than that, can't they?
Yeah, well, Gian will experience, he'll feel weak. He'll feel like it's not as strong as it should be. And Josh will sense that weakness. So Josh is a shark. And in this group, he will be smelling that blood, and he will see that little bit of weakness, and he'll be gunning for him, and he'll be looking to try and get him out the way pretty soon.
Yeah, you can see him here with that ferocity, whitewashing Graham Usher, who's in action in our next match. He's about to take on David Cameron in a battle of some of the senior slingers in the Super Series. Cameron himself was on the wrong end of one of those narrow wins for Gian van Veen, but a brilliant 120. And in contrast, I mean, he's played 1 match, he's lost it 4-3. He might be pointless so far, but surely he will be feeling okay.
Yeah, he's doing what he does. He's putting his level of performance forward. He's playing consistently, which is what we expect from David Cameron. If he dropped off from that, he'd be concerned, but he didn't drop off from that. And he will know that he will play that level, and sometimes it's going to be good enough, and sometimes it's not. That's what we're just going to expect with this group. And with a player like he's got now in Graham Usher, it depends which Graham Usher we get, because Graham Usher will go either side of that line. We know Graham Usher can go hit 100 averages for fun. We also know he can drop right off the other end. So this one's going to be a really interesting one. I think this is more about Graham than it is Cameron, because I think we know what we're going to get from Cameron.
Yeah, maybe once Graham does find a winning double, the floodgates might open a little bit. We've seen him go on some fantastic runs here at the MODUS Super Series. He goes up against the World Seniors Master, David Cameron, and Matthew Edgar is going to join Henry Deacon to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. Game 6 of our session between David Cameron and Graham Usher, although I'm not quite sure that he'll appreciate being called a senior slinger yet. Graham Usher, still 49, so just underneath the cut-off category for the World Seniors Darts Tour. But if that is an option for him when he does turn 50, my goodness, is he going to be a dangerous contender there. Up against him, the 53-year-old David Cameron, who we saw win the Seniors Masters at Lakeside in May. And we're going to see him in the Seniors televised events in 2023. That begins at the Circus Tavern in February for the World Seniors Darts Championship. And you can tune in to the action live. But why don't you be there yourself? It's live. And you can get your tickets courtesy of dartshop.tv, where you can also purchase your tickets for every single Saturday night session here at the Super Series. Dartshop.tv, the place to be for your free tickets for that. It's also going to be a part of the Champion of Champions event, which is going to be televised live on Channel 5, and then the Seniors Masters, which is moving to Westlands in Yeovil before the match play, which takes place at the York Barbican Theatre, which is quite the venue for the Snooker UK Championships, and I'm sure it's going to be an impeccable venue for the Seniors World Match Play. That is in the beginning of September, but the full focus here is on this clash between the pair, and Cameron at the hockey now with a solid and
137.
maybe a bit more of a spectacular start now. He's hit that 137.
140.
Who wins this one? I'm going to chuck you back under the... You're not getting away with what you did to me earlier. I'm going to get you on every single opportunity.
That number 23 is over the top of my head at the minute. I'm going to go Usher in this one.
121.
Because when that first start hits the middle of the bed like that, the amount of 140s at least he's going to hit could just be too much. Leaves himself on 59 after 12. For an opening leg hold.
32, Graham, you require 59.
Tops.
Game
And that's Graham Usher's first leg of the day because he was whitewashed 4-0 in his opener against Josh Payne. And so he can breathe that particular sigh of relief now that he's on the board for the day. Cameron was really unlucky in that game against Gian van Veen. Probably the match of the day so far. Came out the wrong side of a 4-3 defeat. But if he averages around 92.06 for the entirety of the day, then he's going to win more, you sense, than he's going to lose.
It just makes you think as well, doesn't it? Like with David Cameron now coming through and winning that event that was aired on
140
BT Sport from an iconic venue at Lakeside, winning that title. And when you look at the amount of years he's been coming over here and not really producing, how much of this is going to come down to the development of the darts over in the American and the Canada scene with things such as the CDC and the development of the tours and the things that are going on over there? Because actually when we see now, we've seen Danny Baggish come over here and get a tour card. We've seen Jules Van Dongen come over and get a tour card. Danny Lauby, someone we're going to see later on in the week when he comes into the group in Group C. He's been in the World Championship a couple of times, put some scary performances forward, nearly beating Ryan Searle a couple of years ago. It just makes you think how many more we're going to see now coming through and developing from that side, especially when you look at the averages that are coming through from that CDC. We're starting to see an increase in performance. And when we look at the size of them countries, we're going to know some talent from over there in the very, very near future.
142.
It's just great for the game and great for us because I am sure these are not going to be the last players we see from North America in this competition as time goes on. That is a region ready just to burst into life. And David Cameron, again, is averaging 92, 93.
52.
And he might be on the receiving end because Ashley here wants Tots for 2-0.
32.
But Cameron gets his chance on
David,
Tots.
require 40.
And a chance well deserved due to the play he's put in.
Games on the second leg.
This is what David Cameron was trying to allude to at the very start when he said about he wants that little bit more time on stage, and that is just for that exact reason. Like I say, he's averaging around about the 92 mark, and he nearly went 2-0 down. It's that part of getting hit back.
60.
That is the bit he's looking for. He's looking to go out there and swing, but he's also looking to take some back on the chin and see what that resilience is like. Because when we mentioned earlier on about how do you take that experience that Gian van Veen did from the Players' Championship finals this weekend, it's how you take it when you get landed with a blow.
60.
That's what David Cameron's here to do.
And when you look at his career, played at Lakeside in the BDO/WDF World Championship a number of times, and he's had the stage experience there, but only once a year.
180.
That's excellent for Cameron, the first max of the match. So, yes, he'd be able to learn from the experience, but it's only once a year, so you kind of forget about it by the time the next 12 months come around, whereas here, he's got the opportunity just to come back game after game, and this is absolutely superb. That's back-to-back maxes for David Cameron, and this was all the talk and all the clamour was about for this precocious Canadian.
100. David, you require 83.
Doesn't need to go 16 and bull here. Doesn't. Sets it up well.
43.
That's because Graham Usher back on 220. So just leaves himself tops. Break the throw.
121.
Himself halfway
David,
to
you
victory.
require 40.
Double 10.
20. Graham, you
Presents the
require
opportunity
99.
for Usher, but that single one at the start of the last turn could have cost him because he's on 99. So he needs the tops. Isn't going to get a go.
59.
And so Cameron returns
David,
for the
you require
break.
20.
Threw his arms out at the board after the last attempt because he was
James on the
nowhere
third
near.
leg.
This
David
time,
Cameron.
one dart, in it goes, 2-1 up, halfway to victory, break a throw. All looks rosy for David Cameron all of a sudden.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
There's nothing
Game on.
conservative about this performance from David Cameron, is there?
$100. $120.
And in fairness, in this group, the only safe seat is here in the commentary box. Although that's up for debate.
$60.
Here's Usher here at the dispatch box, 2-1 down.
83.
Does that make Owen Binks Lindsay Hoyle?
I'm completely lost with what's happened over the last 2 minutes.
100.
Tell you how bad my politics are.
121.
Matt Hancock went in the jungle and everyone was kicking off. I had to Google to see why, because I didn't know.
$180.
It's his third of the match. We said he's consistent.
58.
He's also class.
David, you require 61.
He'll also be about to go 3-1 up. Again, sub 15 darts.
25. Graham, you require 116. 40 scored. 100. David, you require 36.
Put himself one away from the win. His first 2 points in the Super Series.
Game
And
show
time
the fourth leg.
is running out for
David
Graham Usher
Cameron.
here. He opened his campaign with a 4-0 defeat to Josh Payne. He does not want to be going down 4-1
So
here
it's
to David
Graham to throw
Cameron.
first.
Or he's
Game
got to
on.
find similar results just to cancel those out and put him back to par.
140.
And it's not as if he's playing badly at all. He's averaging a shade under 90, but we mentioned earlier, Cameron is able just to streamline around this average that can hover between the
100.
late 80s and the early 90s. And that's exactly what he's doing here. He was unlucky in that first game. As we mentioned at the
86.
top of this match against David Cameron, he averaged 92. He's averaging 91 here. So when you look at it, the performances from one game to the next, it looks as if this is the standard he's going to follow for the whole of the day.
100.
Well, every little bit of research we did before this started suggested that that was where he was going to be, and he's just
60.
playing to type. Graham Usher, we still don't know what his type is. We've seen him play some incredible stuff. Record-setting darts here at the Super Series.
61.
And we've also seen him today play 8 legs and win 1.
But you always felt David
96.
Cameron, even on debut, wouldn't have been phased by this. Sometimes we look at David Johnson and think, how are they going to settle into this? You never got that feel with David.
140.
Is that because
Graham, you
he's a
require 190.
53-year-old debutant? It's a lot of years of experience.
Because he's a
41.
bona fide winner.
David, you require 100.
Winner on TV in 2022. He could be the winner here against Graham Usher if he can nail this tops.
80. Graham, you require
2 match starts are come and gone.
78.
Usher's back for 78. But missed the big
38.
number and presents
David, you require
Cameron
20.
with a second opportunity at number 10. Double 10, which would have sealed the win. But
Game
2 5s will
shot
do
of
it
the
for David
match.
Cameron, who
David
recovers from that
Cameron.
4-3 defeat to Gian van Veen with a 4-1 win over Graham Usher. And it looks as if that 90 average or roundabout is going to be the standard. He plays that for the entirety of the day. David Cameron's on the board. He picks up 2 points. Work to do then now for Graham Usher. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see the all-Dutch battle as Arjan Konterman takes on Gian van Veen.
Well, David Cameron may have been the future once, but he's certainly a presence at present here at the MODUS Super Series. A fantastic display from the Canadian to defeat Graham Usher in the pair's second match of the day. A 4-1 win for Canada's Cameron, an average north of 90. He lost his first match 4-3 to the young Dutchman Gian van Veen, but produced a very good display there to get the better of Graham Usher, a finalist, of course, in the last series. And that's how the table looks after all of the players have played a couple of games. Usher sitting at the bottom of it with a worse leg difference than Gary Stone, who is also without a win. Arjan Konterman, David Cameron with 1 win apiece, and Gian van Veen just behind Josh Payne because of that leg difference. Payne, of course, yet to lose a single leg so far today. Next match features Van Veen, so he could go top of the table before Payne throws another dart. He takes on his fellow Netherlands native in Arjan Konterman. Konterman got the better of Gary Stone earlier today, including this 76 checkout in that victory. And GVV also beat Stone, producing a clutch 62 checkout when his opponent was waiting on tops for the win. So a couple of tight matches for Van Veen, a couple of victories all the same, and as I said, he could see himself soar to the summit if he gets a victory in this one before Payne returns in the match that follows, looking to carry on this amazing start to Group A. But before that, it is this Dutch darting derby between Van Veen and Konterman in the company of Matthew and Henry.
Thank you very much, Murph. 2 countrymen going toe-to-toe then as we begin the third round of fixtures here at the MODUS Super Series. 2 players well acquainted with each other, not just out of the fact that they are countrymen, but also the fact they played against each other on a fair few occasions in this competition. Van Veen winning both of his opening games. He can go outright top of the table before Josh Richardson, the man yet to drop a leg so far today, takes on David Cameron. Up against him, Arjan Konterman, who beat Gary Stone in his opening match by 4-1, but then was on the other end of a Josh Payne whitewash. So he's looking to recover from that. But when we look at both of their performances so far, actually not much to separate them. First game, Konterman 92. First game, Van Veen just under 94. And then the second match is Konterman 86, Van Veen 83.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be a lot tighter than suggests, especially when you look at those odds coming into this game.
140.
Putting himself quite well today, actually. I think he's played really good in this, despite the 4-0 defeat to Josh Payne.
100.
Gian has just shown a couple of signs of weakness. But if Arjan can play like he did in game 1 where he beat Gary Stone,
45.
Could be a tight affair.
Now, I wonder what you make of Gian van Veen's odds of winning the week, because
41.
The odds compilers have put him at 9-1 to go on and win the week. Now, for a player of his caliber, he's made a Pro Tour final this year. That feels huge.
Yeah, especially when you look at the players they put ahead of him as well.
180. Aaron, you're 136.
But personally, I would not be surprised to see Josh Payne lifting the title.
128. Jan require 83.
Second favourite. Gian van Veen at 9-1, looking to win leg 1. That 9 there, himself on 74. So one dart at double 16.
Aaron require
comes
8.
and goes, and so Konterman returns for double 4 to get the opener on the board. Down for double 2.
4. Jan requires 16.
I thought it'd be a bit tighter. It's going to be tight on the scoreboard. You've got to take those opportunities.
Game shown the first leg. Gian van Veen.
I think the other thing for value hunters, casting an eye over those odds,
second against
is
Gian
who's going to
first.
join us on Thursday morning. Danny Laulby. He could represent a little bit of interest for people. Yes, he's in Group C, which is 2 from 6, so not as much as an opportunity there, but he's the standout name of the players that will be going into Group C
40.
Directly. Who will join him from this group, we don't know yet. That will be decided on Wednesday. Positions 4, 5 and 6. But Danny Laulby
140.
12, is it Danny Laulby?
12-1. The only caveat I'll give you with that is he's playing the morning session as an American player who's flying over. If he played the evening session in Group B, remember this is allocated to them, the players don't pick where they go. If he played in Group B, 10 o'clock start to about 1:30 in the morning, that would probably suit a player coming overseas because they wouldn't have to reacclimatise to any jet lag, because it'd be a bit like playing at around about 5, 6 o'clock in the evening on the eastern seaboard, which is what they're used to playing.
Is Danny coming over, or is he already over? Because I know he's been over here for a lot of the year.
I think he's flying over to the best of my knowledge. I will get that found out over the next few minutes.
61. $41.
I think this leg is a case in point. When you've got the opportunity, you've got to take it. You've got to kill your opponent off.
140. January required 20.
A long way clear until that 140, but he's still 3 darts clear. And they are at the double. That's a long way off.
10.
That's not too much better.
52.
For that 140 from Arjan.
Game shot.
Gives him the opportunity, and he takes it this time, levels it all back up. And all things fair and considered, 1-1 is about the right scoreline.
Phil against Arjan to throw
Because
first.
if you look at the
Game
stats, we'll look at the averages first. 85, 85. Checkouts, 1 from 5, 1 from 7, not really much in that.
95.
And then when you look at the scoring power pack, the 180, 140 kind of gets cancelled out by the consistency of Konterman on the 140 bed. So
58. 41.
Here just comes that bit of shoulder again into the
96. 100.
Could be a bit of fatigue, a lot of mileage, a lot of darts. Got a full week of
140.
darts. Starting on the Monday means you're going to see him Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If he doesn't win the group, you'll see him Thursday, Friday as well. And then he'll be hoping that you see him Saturday.
112.
Konterman hoping to see this leg through with double 16, but it doesn't go. He's going to return with Van Veen back on 240. He's playing just below the type
60.
that we come to expect of him in this competition. And so there's double 16 for 2-1, and this really is a solid performance from Arjan Konterman, averaging 88.18, leading 2-1, courtesy of that 16 darter on double 16. But going back to Gian van Veen, is he the sort of player that winning Group A is possibly more important for because of the fact he's played so much darts recently that if he played the 5 days and got to Saturday, we wonder what would then be left in the tank?
58.
Yes, absolutely. Knowing Gian and having spent a bit of time with him,
140.
yes, he will want this wrapped up in Group A. I dare say he might need to get it wrapped up in Group A if he's going to be winning the week.
81.
And we did see that curse of Group A broken by Colin Osborne a couple of weeks ago.
121.
Last player to do that before him was Graham Hall in week 3 of Series 1. The first time it's been done in Portsmouth.
180.
Definitely not the first time we've seen that in Portsmouth.
$100.
How do you respond to going 2-1 down? Leave tops after 12 with the darts.
100. And you require 40. Game shot on the
Good leg from both that. Great
Gian van
response
Veen.
there from Gian to go out in 13 darts. But then also Arjan was literally right there. Set himself just on the 82 shot. So was applying the pressure and letting him know that you can't miss this. He didn't. 13 darts, out in tops, in 1 dart.
125.
This game is warming up. I said if Arjan can find darts like he found in his opening game against Gary Stone, in that game he averaged 92.28. Right now he's averaging 92.86. So he is finding that level. I did suggest that if he finds that level,
100.
this could be a bit of an Acker buster.
A Chris Acker buster.
140. 140.
We've spoke about what we've seen from Gian.
55. I mean,
I don't see
136.
that the Gian van Veen who is turned up to Portsmouth at the moment.
96.
And what a way to respond. He just had tops after 12 left against him in the last leg, and I'll just do it myself then. I know how that felt. I felt like I had no opportunity, so I'm going to do it to you.
20.
But unlike Gian van Veen, he couldn't take advantage of the opportunity first time. But he is going to return with his compatriot back on 176.
100.
Suppose
And
that's the next
require
part
20.
to that, isn't it? Unlike Gian, he wasn't able to
Game
convert
show on the
it.
fifth
But
leg.
unlike Gian, he didn't
Arjan
have to
Konterman.
convert it. Because Gian a long way back on that one, which meant Arjan comes back to the board and mops it up at the second time of asking. Puts himself one away from his second victory of the day and making it 3 players on 4 points. However, Josh Payne will have a game advantage when he takes on David Cameron in our next one.
Josh Payne, who's played 8 legs, won 8 legs so far.
85.
As you can see from that angle, how low the
140.
dart enters the board. Whereas iron darts tend to stand up to attention.
121.
But then that can sometimes be the problem. It can clatter the barrel and go the other side. That's laid beautifully below.
81.
Maybe disappointed he didn't get more from that visit after that first dart.
I dare
78.
say, beyond disappointment, I think we've seen frustration kicking for Gian here. Knows he's not playing to that level we've seen of him
60.
for possibly about 6 months now. When you look at his Pro Tour average alone, 94.14.
50.
When you're taking on the world's best, that's going to keep you competitive.
Having your record
He's a self-form
167.
double 10 after 15, but is Konterman going to win this game in style? No is the answer on this occasion. And so Van Veen returns the double 10 to take us to
20.
a deciding leg once again. Every single one of his matches so far has gone all 7 legs. And that trend continues.
Gian van Veen.
It's Gian van leg 7 at the minute.
7 from final leg.
And I just wonder, Gian, because
Game on.
perhaps here this week, for the first time maybe in his career, there's a weight of expectation on his shoulders, where in the PDC Pro Tour, the Players' Championships, here previously, Development Tour, he's had the chance to free roll, whereas this week it feels like the pundits and the punters are expecting him to be in the mix come Saturday night.
38.
Wow. He was presented an opportunity and he's jumped right in. Just a 38 there from Arjan, and Gian backs up his 140 with another one.
85.
That is a huge last dart. At this point, every single treble is like a nugget of gold.
60.
Gian went mining and came up dry.
79. January
Well, came up with the
161.
breakfast cereal there of golden nuggets there for Arjan, because he's left himself on 159. That means he cannot go out, which allows Gian just to set it up. He did not have to chase the treble 17 for the bull. He can set it up, he can pick his double, and it was all gone wrong in the space of about 20 seconds.
January require 32. Game shot on the match. Gian van Veen.
Gian was under the cosh there. He went 3-2 down and then found a couple of good legs at the end there. Another 13 darter. He won one earlier on with 13 darts. That was with the throw. And then when you're up against it and it's 3-all, he finds a 13 darter of his own. Gets another 2 points on the board. Another good victory there for Gian. Josh Payne will be hoping to follow in the same vein as Gian as he takes on David Cameron in our next match.
Welcome back. Well, Gian van Veen, he's the man for the last leg, isn't he? A fantastic start to the group for him. He has won 4-3 in all 3 of his matches so far. In that one, a Dutch duel against Arjan Konterman, a 90 average for Van Veen. 4 out of 11 on the doubles. 6 140s in there as well, plus the maximum. And another effective performance. You can see now that that takes him to the top of the table. 3 wins from 3. But as you can see, just a +3 leg difference. Still 5 fewer than Josh Payne, who's got a game in hand, hasn't lost a leg yet. Van Veen has now lost 9. Payne will play the man sitting in 3rd place next. That's David Cameron. Josh Payne, as I said, on this run of perfect legs, has won all 8 that he's played so far, including a whitewash win over Arjan Konterman, which he completed in style with this clinical 98 kill to defeat Konterman in that one. As for David Cameron, well, he got his only win against Graham Usher. Cameron arriving in number 10 in the form of double 5 there to get the better of Usher, who's struggled so far today. So this pair meeting, I actually think this could be the clash of the day. I think Cameron's averages and performances so far suggest that he will put up more of a threat to Josh Payne than the previous 2 opponents. But Payne, of course, will be looking to carry on with these convincing wins that are going to put him in a very, very strong position in this group, even with a couple of days left to play. So can Payne carry on winning every single leg he plays, or is it time for David Cameron, Excalibur, to burst his bubble? We will find out in the company of our commentary team, Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Murph. And you just get the sense this could be the game of the day. These 2 playing the best darts so far out of anyone on a consistent basis. Josh Payne yet to drop a leg. But if you actually look at the numbers in terms of averages, it's in fact David Cameron who's put in the better numbers.
Yeah, and that's why you said that you expected to see a 9 dart attempt in this one, wasn't it, Henry?
I'm not saying the 9's going to go, but I think we might be teased.
Told you.
Hey, first leg is
I will
Josh to
retaliate the throwing under the
Game
bus.
on.
Granted, you only did it to me once, and that's about the 4th time I've done it to you now.
Don't worry, Matt. It's a very long week. That is a very good start. I'll tell you what, if that attempt went in the first leg, then I was just going to leave you to it. I couldn't peak any better than that. Probably make a lot of people happy as well.
Well, you got 2 darts into it, so it's not a...
Can we say it was on?
I'm surprised you didn't after the first dart.
40.
Surprised you didn't have the flashing 9 graphic. Of course, big day here at the Super Series. Also a big day at the PDPA World Championship qualifier. We will all keep you abreast with proceedings there at the appropriate intervals.
140.
But our full focus is on the action here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where it is week 6 of the Modus Super Series. And if you are new to us, I know there's a lot of new viewers joining us today for the coverage, then this is a 12-player week. The 6 players will be in Group A, where they play over 3 days. The winner goes automatically through to Saturday night's finals, where
52.
they'll be joined by 5 other players. Second and third will be in Group B. They'll be joined by 3 more players. 3 from 5 go through that, and then the bottom 3 in Group A will be joined by 3 more players in Group C. 2 will go through to the finals there with a chance of winning £5,000 and a place at Champions Week. Josh Payne was a semi-finalist at Champions Week last time out in October. He's looking to return to the red carpet occasion at the beginning of February, and with darts like that, it won't be too far away. But David Cameron looking for the Shanghai for a breaker throw. That single 1 ends that particular attempt, and so Payne returns for double 8 to take the opening leg.
To make it 9 from 9. I think that'll be a meme later.
No score.
If that went in, that
David,
would have
you
been
require
not just a dart of the week, perhaps the
106.
dart of the year, because the way that the darts actually hit the wire that has the number on, and it was so difficult. Nothing difficult about that for David Cameron. A 106 to break the throw and to make it 1-0.
And finally, at nearly 12
Second
o'clock,
leg is David to throw first.
Josh Payne has lost a leg of darts.
I told you the 9 was on, but he couldn't quite nail it.
60.
David Cameron, one of 2 North American players to play this week. He's going to be joined by Danny Lauby, who enters the competition on Thursday morning in Group C. Coming over here for a few weeks to participate in this, and then he's heading over to the WDF World Masters in Holland at the beginning of December. That is David Cameron. You're going to be seeing a lot of him on your screens over the next few weeks and months, that's for sure.
$140. 43. 60. 55.
And that
David, you record
moved
146.
Josh Payne to a non-finish. So David Cameron's got an opportunity here to really upset things a little bit here. Josh Payne, the early pace setter.
60.
2 wins out of 2. Both 4-0. That puts him top of the league. Obviously, the first thing that decides the positionings is the points. The points are for winning, 2 points per win. And then the second deciding
David, you require 86.
is the legs. So with Josh Payne on +8, that would naturally mean he's top.
61.
Till now.
Josh, you require 98.
Van Veen winning all his games so far. That puts him on 6.
74. David, you require 25.
In 2-0 down.
Game shot the
perfect
second
performances.
David Cameron.
4-0 against Usher, 4-0 against Konterman. He's now 2-0 down to David Cameron. And he's going to need to find some of that form fast.
And now this is where the acid test kicks in, because for the first time this week, Josh Payne is being asked questions, and we're going to see how he responds to it. Being asked questions of David Cameron.
85.
There's a chance to see if Josh has got the answers, really, isn't it now?
77.
There's always going to be a game where you drop off a little bit, which Josh is doing here. He is dropping. He averaged nearly 94 in his last game. He's literally bang on the 80 mark.
59.
What can you dig back? What can you bring? Can you find that form again? And at the same time, can you do it within the time frame that David Cameron's going to allow you? Because this game's now about David Cameron. This is, can Cameron close this out? He's got the breaker throw he needs. He's confirmed that already with the holder throw.
99.
This is now David Cameron to be the favourite, and that's just purely down to this very, very short format. You don't have much time to recover. If Josh has got the answers, he's going to need to find them quick.
And is it fair to say, for the same reason Josh Payne loves his tournament, it could be for the same reason why, if things go right, it could be a problem, because it's a shorter format, you may sometimes see his head drop a little bit early.
170.
That's excellent
David, you record
from him to leave
160.
88.
41. Joshua requires 16.
16 for 16. Has to shift across again.
Game shot.
And he used those first two darts as the
Payne.
perfect marker to crash it in with the third. And into the double it goes. He brings it back to 2-1. But Cameron here has the darts to re-establish that two-leg advantage and to put him within one of the match.
That dart there from Josh Payne was absolutely brilliant. Now, when he was moving left, I was thinking, Josh, what are you doing? You need to open up this bed. To open up the bed, he'd have to go right so he could play into the open. When he's gone left, essentially what he's doing is he's just cutting out that double, and he was making it smaller. And he's got it squeezed in that bottom part of the bed. That was an incredible dart from Josh Payne. You could actually see what he could see at that period of time. It had to be a perfect dart, and it was.
134.
Those are the sort of shots that can really lift you into a game when you've got to pick out a tiny corner of a section and you can pull it off like that.
140.
Soon as you start getting clear open beds like he's got now, start producing again.
60. $100.
Safe to say both players are warming up to the task now. David Cameron just 12 darts to leave himself 76.
100.
As a player in these sort of situations, you always think 15 darts. 15 darts is the goal. When you've got the throw in an important leg, if you go out in 15, it forces your opponent to go out in 12.
David Cameron.
That's what David Cameron's been able to achieve in that one. Would have forced Josh the 12-dart leg to get the break.
Josh to throw
Wasn't able to find it. He's 3-1 down, one leg away from his first defeat of the week.
120.
And when things feel like they're not going right for you, you get a bounce out.
And when you play someone like David, you don't get time to think. There's certain players who may give you the odd off leg, but David always hangs around. Even if he's behind in the leg, he's always sneaking up on you. And for an opponent, that must be one of the worst feelings, especially when you know that you've got a chaser game and you know that this guy is going to be on your neck at every single opportunity.
It's like a Terminator, really, isn't he? Because you tend to find that the Terminator only runs when you run. When you walk, they tend to walk. They're just always there, aren't they? Just stalking.
180.
Don't know if David Cameron's ever been compared to a Terminator before, but it's very fitting to the way he plays his game.
136. Joshua 142.
An apt nickname because he puts all of his opponents to the sword. Does Excalibur. And he's looking to go fishing.
60. David, you require 170.
The fish to finish. Not to be. So Payne will get another chance then. 82.
86.
To bring it back to 3-2.
82.
He senses his last chance.
26 left.
Double 13 for a 15 of his own.
56.
David Cameron the opportunity
84.
to serve Josh Payne up his first defeat. 2 darts at the 12s. Wraps it up in the end on the 84 finish. David Cameron gives Josh Payne his first defeat. Josh Payne has started his campaign very well. Back-to-back 4-0 wins. But he's just took a 4-1 defeat there at the hands of David Cameron. David Cameron finding his second 4-1 victory of the day. He did win his last game against Graham Usher by the same scoreline. So that is going to bunch this group up quite a little bit now. And could punch up a lot more very soon, because our next game coming your way is Gary Stone versus Graham Usher.
Well, interesting developments here at the MODUS Super Series. Josh Payne, who hadn't lost a leg, has now lost a match. Crushed by Cameron in that previous game before the break. A 4-1 win for David Cameron of Canada. 66% on the doubles as well. That was a difference, wasn't it? 4 out of 6. He actually had fewer darts at double than Payne in that match, but took out 4, including that 106 checkout to get the better of the, up to that point, unbeaten Payne. And that means Cameron not only beats him, but goes level on points and actually level on leg difference because of the margin of the victory. A man who's had the tiniest margin of wins in all 3 of his games, Gian van Veen, is top, having not lost so far. And now attention turns to a meeting between 2 players who haven't won so far as Graham Usher takes on Gary Stone. We did see Stone earlier today produce this fabulous 1-2-8 checkout. It looked like he might have just turned the tables against Gian van Veen with that finish to break throw, but Van Veen won in a last leg decider. Graham Usher, a man who's hit the biggest checkout of them all here at the Super Series. This one at Champions Week, the big fish against Chaz Barstow, went on, of course, to reach the final of Champions Week and will be looking to go one better in Series 2. So then, a first defeat for Josh Payne in the previous match. It will be a first win for one of these players in the next one. It's Graham Usher against Gary Stone with Matthew and Henry.
Cheers, Murph. So, the end of round 3 is almost upon us, and one of these players will get off the mark in their respective weeks. Gary Stone up against Graham Usher, and if you said at the start of the day that come match 9, Graham Usher would be looking for his first points of the group, many people would have had their ears pricked up in surprise.
Hey, T5.
But we did see, Matt, between the first and
47.
second game for Usher was a incline in performance.
Yeah, and I think he's really going to suit the pace of this game as well. When you're a quick player, you like playing against someone with a little bit of pace as well. And I think both players are really going to thrive on the pace of this game, and I think we'll see the best from both.
140.
Although, in fairness, the pace of this game, or the pace of the group, should I say,
Gary Rock 96.
quite good. There's not really any slow players, is there? Being played at quite a rapid pace. His first leg was nearly done at a rapid pace. If Stone could have converted the double 8 for a 12 darter, he's going to return for the double 4 with Usher back on 180.
140.
But he sets it up perfectly.
Gary Rock 8.
But it is rendered academic. Graham Stone.
Gary Stone.
Graham Stone. Gary Stone takes the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first.
Usher with the darts in leg 2. 14 darter to start. Good standard this, and Matt's analysis is perfectly right.
24.
It is a game where the standard is going to reach boiling point because of the pace, the consistency, and the sheer brilliance of the pair. So, Matthew Edgar, who wins?
62.
I'm going with Gary
4-2.
Stone. I'm going with Gary Stone. I think you've gave me long enough so I can see the way this game's going in terms of the play.
180.
I mentioned before that Gary Stone is a very, very good front runner, and when he gets into this little bit of a rhythm and pace, he can look very, very dangerous, and that's where I think he is in this one. He's just found that comfort zone where he's going to be allowed to just run.
Graham Usher taking inspiration from his fellow left-hander Danny Lauby there, but that time he was allowed to throw the final dart.
131.
The rule book states it must be thrown in an overarm and deliberate action.
105. Gary Rock 50.
Well, this is an incredible performance. This is from an 11. 12 if he compared the double 16.
80.
And Graham Usher's averaging 99 at the minute.
Grammy require 170.
And needs a 170 just to stay in touch. It's not going to go. Stone returns for 13.
140.
It's going to be under pressure. This is a quality
32.
encounter thus far.
No score.
But
Grammy
he
require
has missed.
30.
6 darts a double in this leg, and Usher looking to take the leg as well as the
Game
carpet.
second leg. Graham Usher.
And these two look as snug as a rug in this game.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
I'm just laughing because we always do that thing.
97.
Like, there's always a point of your life in the way you fall over nothing. Graham Usher has found a way to fall over the lowest possible item you could ever find, which is carpet. And he's found a way to fall over it. That's impressive.
100.
Almost as bad as when people fall up the stairs.
100.
Yeah, my chin knows a fair bit about that.
100.
That was not a pleasant visit to the hospital.
140.
That was a pleasant visit for Usher. Of course, you get in contact with us.
60.
That's
Grammy
MSS
record
Darts on
121.
Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. To comment and give your thoughts on some of the brilliant darts we're seeing today.
81.
And I
Gary
highly
record
suspect this may be game of the
144.
day on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. So if you are there watching either live or as part of the highlights package, do give us a subscribe. Usher then
56.
wanting tops for
Grammy
13
require 40.
to break the throw to make it 2-1. Gary
James
Stone
on
had
the third
opportunities to make it
Graham
2-0 in this
Usher.
game. He missed 6 darts at double 16. He couldn't take advantage of them.
Fourth leg, it's
So,
Graham to throw first.
Usher
Game on.
turns this game on its head, makes it 2-1.
Speaking of
45.
messages, I've received a message today on my Twitter at the Edgar501. This was from Ryan Smith asking why Gian's not gone to the qualifiers today and playing today here in the Super Series. Now, that's a couple of reasons. One, because he doesn't have a tour card, and the qualifier is tour card holders only, which means if he did have a tour card, you would not see him in this event. So this event, what you're going to see is for non-tour card holders only. So everyone but the 128 players with a card you may see here at some point. You may see some new faces next year coming off the tour, players who are not able to regain their card. You might see them lining up next year in the Super Series.
Have a look at some of the scores in there. Our friend Golden Mathers is averaging 102, just under 103, 3-2 up on Radek Tagansky. That possible between Ian White and Brian Raman, currently 2 apiece. We'll keep updated on that at the relevant intervals during the day, because our full focus, of course, is on the superb action in week 6 of the Super Series, where Stone leads himself on 80 after 12 to level this game up at 2 apiece. This real quality encounter, which is bearing the standard for the day. 1 dart at tops it's going to be to level up at 2-2. And a lovely dart for 2-2. Use that first dart as a marker to crash into. And Stone, who had the opportunity to go 2-0 up, levels up at 2 apiece. It's the best of 3. See who is going to claim their first 2 points of the week.
83. $99. $140.
It is a full week of darts, 6 days. Finals night coming your way on Saturday. Group A, which you're watching now, the 6 players you have seen so far this morning, they will be battling it out all the way up till Wednesday, when we'll separate them off at that point. The winner will go through to finals night on Saturday. Second and third to Group B, where they're going to be joined by Paul Hogan, James Richardson and Andy Jenkins. That is a good lineup.
140.
Waiting in Group B. The rest of the players, 4, 5 and 6, they will be joined in Group C by Adam Lipscomb.
59.
I might have said that wrong.
Require 40.
I guess I'll fix it at some point if I haven't. Danny Lauby and Diego Portela.
Games on the 5th leg. Gary Stone.
Quite a lineup this week, not just for this group, but all the way through.
6th leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Fair to say Chris Mason's found the right Saturday night to return to the Super Series.
100.
And if Jenks gets through to the final, being the local boy, this place is going to be rammed with Rocky support. Last time he was here, he got to the finals in that Legends Week 12. You couldn't move around the room.
140.
You can be a part of the Darty Party in Pompey. Dartshop.tv, the place to be. All your tickets are every single week in this base. Up until Champions Night, which will be in the first week of February. Will we see one of these two there?
140.
Graham Usher got all the way to the final last time out. Lost out to Conan Whitehead in the £20,000 match. He's looking to go one better this time round.
180. Graham, you record 121.
But in this match, he needs the 1-2-1 to stay alive, because Gary Stone leaves himself on 47 after 9 to win the match.
47.
That would have been the first Edgar prediction
40.
of the week so far.
Games on the 6th flag.
Goes all the way to a deciding leg. This has been a good game. Gary Stone, 101. Graham Usher, 99. The averages are up
7th and final leg. It's Gary to throw first.
The interesting thing about that Gary Stone average of 101.15 is, when you look at the outer ring, he's only 3 from 13, 23%, where Graham Usher on his 99, 75% 3 from 4. It just shows the scoring power that Gary Stone has shown in this game. 3 180s, 5 140 plus shots within this match. That is why he's able to average around about the 100 despite that low finishing percentage.
His final leg very much up in the offing.
59.
The winner of it all claimed their first 2 points of Group A.
95.
And you sense the advantage of throw for Stone is bearing fruit in this tight decider.
140.
Is that the visit that turns the screw?
98. Gary Rick 149.
Graham Usher was a lot of people's favourite to win this group. Was a lot of people's favourite to win this week.
164.
Not got a game won yet.
96. Gary Rick 109.
Gary Stone takes his 109. It'll be 3 from 3 on the defeats for Graham Usher.
Game shot on the match.
And the wait will continue for Graham Usher as he makes it 3 from 3 in the L column. But Gary Stone gets his first victory on the board. Much improved performance there from both, really. That will come down to the pace. When you get quick players, they'll bring the best out in each other when they can just get on and rattle on through like those two just did with that pace. We've now got our eye cast to our current table topper, Gian van Veen, against the man who's already got 2 4-0 victories on the board today, 2-time PDC Pro Tour winner, Josh Payne. That game is next.
Welcome back to the action here on Monday at the MODUS Super Series, where we've just witnessed Gary Stone win a last leg decider against Graham Usher in a battle at the basement of Group A. Stone taking it 4-3 in a real high quality affair, both players averaging in the high 90s, but Stone's power scoring helped him get more opportunities at doubles, and he managed to get over the line. Graham Usher was 3 out of 4 on the outer ring, but unable to get the win. So sits at the bottom of the table behind Stone and Konterman, who each have 1 win. And Josh Payne and David Cameron both have 2 from 3. But it's Gian van Veen, the man to catch at the top. He's won all of his matches, and he's won all of them 4-3 as well. He's about to take on Josh Payne in the next match of the day. Van Veen, as I said, winning all of his games so far. Beat his Dutch compatriot Arjan Konterman in one of them. I thought we were going to see a clip of that. Yes, we are. Van Veen landing double 16 right in the corner to get the better of his Netherlands native there. As for Josh Payne, well, he was flying at the start of the day. He won all 8 legs that he played, but then lost for the first time in his previous match. Again, I was expecting a clip of it, but I've got no idea what's going on there. So the best thing to do is probably get the darts underway. Gian van Veen trying to stay unbeaten. Josh Payne really here. It's a crucial match for him. Who would have thought this a few games ago when he was winning every leg he was playing? The Dutchman unbeaten, but has been pushed to the distance in all of his games. Josh Payne looking to stop that run and put himself right back in the mix and join him at the top of the table. Let's see if he can in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon. No idea what happened.
And Veen is next up for us. It's game 10. So following the conclusion of this will be 2 firsts through our day, match day number 4 or game round number 4, whatever you want to call it. The 20-year-old Gian van Veen from Holland up against the Ashford-born Josh Payne, 28 years of age. Let's have a look then at their day so far. Gian got the better of David Cameron 4-3 in his opener. Josh Payne beat Usher 4-0. In the second set of fixtures, Van Veen 4, Stone 3. And then Payne kept up his record of not losing a leg by getting the better of Arjan Konterman. And then Van Veen, who seems to be going all the way to 7 legs in every single match that he plays today, got the better of Arjan Konterman by that scoreline-wise for Payne. He was on the wrong end of a 4-1 defeat against David Cameron. So who can get their way back on the winning trail? I wonder, Matthew Edgar.
I can't believe the price on this game. Josh Payne with the bookies is 11-10. I think that's the value of the day so far and arguably value of the week. What we've seen so far, it's been a little bit in and out from Gian, despite the fact he's getting those wins. Going up against a guy who's
60
achieved quite a lot and, let's say, loves this format. He's got 2 4-0 wins. I think that's huge value. Huge. 11-10. I think that's a mistake.
140.
And you just get the feeling that because this week's so tight, because of the quality players we have in the field, if you back right, there is value to be had. Remember, if you are having a flutter on the action, it is 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Gian van Veen.
137.
Best be PayneAware.org because Josh Payne leaves himself tops after 12 to take out the opening leg in next to no time at all. And he's going to get 6 at it. Double 10.
20.
Still has time.
You're going to break out into song then. Sounded very musical, the double 10.
55.
Warming up the vocal cords for later.
Game show on the first leg.
Josh Payne is warming up in this match. 16 darter to start. And it could have been potentially a 13. He gets over the line in the end, leads Gian van Veen by a leg to 0. And the question would have been of Josh how he was going to respond from that setback in his previous defeat to David Cameron.
Said we'd keep you updated with going on with the final spaces for the World Championships today. Devon Peterson will not be going to Ali Pali. He is out. Max Hopp will not be going to Ali Pali and will no longer be a tour card holder. Same for Glenn Durrant. Ian White also not going to Ali Pali. Ron Muhlenkamp not going. There's some big names falling here in the early part of this qualifier.
Now, earlier on, we did give you the tungsten teaser, didn't we, Matt? And it was involving Josh Payne. He made one appearance at the World Match Play. That was in 2016 at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. The question was, who was his opponent in that game? The correct answer, and many of you got it at home, it was Robert Thornton. It was actually the only game the Fawn won on the Winter Gardens stage. I'm sure Josh will be happy that we've brought that back up.
93. 100.
So Payne leaving 82 then for a 2-0 lead. Jan's not really got started in this game yet. The truth has to be told. Needs himself on a ton. If this tops doesn't go, 42. And it doesn't go, and Van Veen, despite being outplayed in these early stages, has the opportunity to level up at one apiece. Tops to make the opening dominance on Josh Payne look academic, because we are back on throw, back level at 1-1. And just a little puff of the cheeks and a raise of the eyebrows. He knows he hasn't played to the standard that we come to expect of him, but
100.
He has found a way to claw himself back level.
He's still in it, isn't he? That's the thing. It's one apiece. Doesn't matter what's come and gone when the scoreboard...
140.
It's one apiece, don't it? Doesn't write the averages on there. There's no advantage for throwing a certain way.
140.
Just a race to 4 legs. That's all that matters. $100.
In fairness, we didn't miss much of the first 2 darts anyway.
Save the best for last.
60.
Trying to tee you up some more song lyrics here. See if we can get you started. See if we can start you up.
57.
Pack it up, pack it in, don't let me begin.
60. 100. You only require 141.
Well, he broke the throw in the opening leg, did Josh Payne.
100.
He had an opportunity to hold. Now an opportunity to get the re-break. Should get a dart at the double. He does. It's at tops.
84.
That is low.
Jan, you require 41.
And Gian van Veen has forced the opportunity here. Double 16 to lead 2-1 in a game that Josh Payne has been the dominant force in, but it doesn't go.
Josh required 20.
And so this double 10 will be for the 3rd consecutive break and throw in this match. Edging closer, but has to move across.
10.
Jimmy's to the left, but too far. And Van Veen returns for the double 8. And you sense that this is a crucial passage of play in the context of this match. And that is Van Veen who has to move over. But it's Van Veen who gets the double.
Gian van Veen.
And Josh Payne must be scratching his head, wondering how he's 2-1 down in this match.
You can tell it's literally all over his face.
Josh to throw first.
The thing was, I cast my eye to the back of the stage when those first 2 darts missed, and you could almost see Josh's face become expectant that, oh, he's going to do it with the third dart. The third dart hurts the most, because that's when you normally start to think, oh, I might get another opportunity here. And that third dart clattered into the other ones and took a bit of a deflection and went in. So not only was it a third dart, last dart in hand inflicting the pain, it was also a deflection as well.
97.
Gian is in front, despite averaging in the 60s.
There's a chasm in the averages. There's 17 points between them in Josh's favour, but yet it's this metric that has decided it all. 1 from 9 on the doubles.
$94. Josh Rock 164.
The thing we can say is if it carries on how it is, Josh Payne is going to carve himself a lot more opportunities.
80.
Gian is becoming very aware. I've never seen his head up as much. His head's up, he's looking round.
135.
Like a meerkat at the back of the stage.
84.
Looking at the scoreboard, he's looking at the dartboard, he's looking everywhere. He's not a guy who is fully focused on what he is doing. He's not a guy who feels in control of anything right now.
100. Josh require 40.
For 2-2. Double 10. That's now 1 from 10.
Game
Make that 2 from 11.
Josh Payne.
And by hook or by crook, we're at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Gian.
Bewildered as to why.
Game on.
The look on Josh Payne's face there at the back of the stage, I think, kind of summed up the remarkably crazy nature of this game as Van Veen kicks off leg 5 of the Dundas.
96. 78.
I don't know about you, Matt. There's some times where we sit in this commentary box and
60.
You can struggle to make sense of certain matches just because of the crazy nature of it. This is one of them.
Yeah, I haven't quite worked this one out yet. It's a strange one because Josh Payne could have been off the stage with another 4-0 victory. Could be in the back room now, just having a seat, throwing some casual darts, letting everyone else know the scorelines.
100.
But as we have it, he's on the verge of going 3-2 down. Because Van Veen's got 6 from 89. Didn't have to go the bullseye route, so leaves himself on double 8 to go 3-2 up. And if you can make it up, they'll probably lock you up. Van Veen needs 3-2, and Josh Payne is throwing to stay in this match.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
You've got to head up to the balcony and talk to Chris Murphy after this match. You might have to come up with the words to describe it.
140.
We'll do a tag team and I'll tag you in and you can go in and have a few words as well.
I don't think Chris could think of anything worse.
85.
I think what tag team would be.
121.
Me and you up against Charlie and Owen.
96.
I think they'd be heavy favourites. Play doubles tennis or table tennis?
140.
Actually, maybe not tennis. Charlie's good at that. And Van Veen is good with the darts in his hand because he leaves himself a ton after 9 to see this game through. And over the last couple of legs, he really has upped his level when it's mattered the most. And he's on the cusp of a victory by 4 legs to 2.
60.
Payne gets one more chance to take us to a decider. He has to take the 80 out vote. Gonna get one dart. And it's gonna be at tops.
60. Gian require 40.
Well, from nowhere, it's just hung in there. That's all you're going to do. You don't need to look at 4-0s. You don't need to bully your opponent all the way through. Just take the opportunities when they arise, and that's what Gian has done.
Gian van Veen.
And that moves him to 4 matches, 4 wins. 8 points, top of the table. Josh Payne, who started the campaign off really well. Back-to-back 4-0 victories, but he's now just lost his last 2 games, and things are getting interesting here in Group A, here at the Super Series. Coming up next, we've got Graham Usher against Arjan Konterman.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where things have changed around a lot today already. Last time Matthew Egger was with me, Josh Payne hadn't lost a leg. Now he's lost 2 matches, losing to Gian van Veen there, and didn't seem a happy bunny at the end of it.
No, I think he's not going to be happy with the level of performance. It's the outer ring, 2 from 12. He was coming down okay. It looked like he was controlling the game. And Gian just sort of picked his pocket, kept in the game. That 100 finish really from Gian was the one that really kept him in that one. And that's the thing, you keep someone alive, they've got the ability to come back and hurt you, and that's exactly what happened to Josh in that game.
And what he's doing, the young Dutchman, is finding a way to win every single match that he plays. It's now 4 from 4, 3 of them 4-3 and 1 4-2. Is that something that he's maybe picked up with the experiences he's had lately?
Yeah, and the fact that he's not playing his best but he's winning is a positive thing as well, because that means what's he going to do when he does start playing his best? He could really start to pull away at the top of the table and then really look at that sort of leg column. But, I mean, I say could pull away at the top of the table. He kind of already is at the moment, and he's going to need to start getting reeled back soon before this just becomes playing for places.
Yeah, and David Cameron could close that gap to 6 points. Do you think he has been the sort of best of the rest so far?
David Cameron will be what we've seen of him all the way through, consistent throughout the board. And you sort of feel with David Cameron, it's more about the other player. Like, if they can time one of their games where they go up to that sort of 100 average level, then they'll get the victory against David Cameron. But he's going to be competitive in every single game because he's always going to be around about that 90 mark. And I think it's more about the other player rather than about David. And I think David's certainly going to be up there at the end of the week for sure.
So Cameron playing to type. A man who's not doing that is Graham Usher. He's in action next against Arjan Konterman. Are you surprised to see Graham without a point yet?
Yeah, and the level of performance as well, it's just not really been what we expect from Graham Usher. One thing about Graham Usher when he comes here is he plays very, very well. We haven't seen him play that level of performance on things such as the Pro Tour or even on the Challenge Tour, but when he comes here, we see a very good Graham Usher, and we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, and Arjan Konterman has won one of his matches so far, so looking to kind of put himself in the mix. It's still early, although if Van Veen is pulling away, it is only Monday, and that is, I suppose, the kind of saving grace for a lot of the players in this group.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, isn't there? This is a 3-day group, and that's the thing with someone like Graham Usher at the moment. You see him sat at the bottom of the table. He's got the ability to reel off a good amount of wins in back-to-back and get himself back in the mix. And with this group, yes, Gian's won 4 from 4. That's not going to continue in this group. They're all going to start beating each other. It's all going to bunch up together. There's a lot more to play for yet.
Well, let's see if Usher can get lift off. Matt Edgar is going to join Henry Deacon to talk you through Usher versus Konterman.
Thank you very much, Chris. Big game this for Graham Usher because Gian van Veen has already opened up a 8-point gap on him in this group. And even at the end of Monday, that's a big gap to bridge. That is to continue in that vein. Van Veen is the man to catch so far. 4 points clear of the rest of the pack. And a lot of people expected him to do good things. And the odds that were compiled on him at the start of the day are beginning to look
it feels like it's Graham to
a little bit silly based on the way that he's gone about his business. At the start of Group A, he was a 4-1. Fourth favourite from 6 to go on and win the group. And in terms of the week as a whole, 9-1. Well, he's putting those odds to shame. Here, Graham Usher, who is always one of the favourites. He was 7-2 on to go and claim victory in Group A up against Arjan Konterman, who was the outsider with the 6 at 11s to go on and claim the first place at finals night on Saturday evening. But
100.
Here for Konterman, he can move himself on to 4 points, 4 behind Van Veen. And as Matt Edgar, you and Murph were talking about up on the balcony, loser of this is in a little bit of peril in this group.
Yeah, it could be that way. It's one of those groups that's got the potential to have a player pull away, or it's one of those where it's not going to be over till the very, very last few darts. And even though Gian is in that position at the moment, I don't think he's playing to a level that he's going to be able to defend that for too much longer. someone like Graham Usher being at the bottom could make this very interesting because he can just go on a run of 4 or 5 wins himself. Players will just beat each other within this group, and I think we're going to see a lot of movement tomorrow.
On moving day? Well, that's a disastrous visit there for Usher because it's left himself on 99.
100. Graham
Konterman with that ton, you probably, even though Usher's at the jockey, could make favourite. Although the imperative bit was the first dart at treble, which leaves him on 42. So 1 dart now at double 16 to give him the opening leg. 99 points to the first leg. 99 points closer to the first win.
It's Arjan to throw first. $140.
That was a Nina track, wasn't it?
Just looking over to that World Championship qualifier, we've lost another sizable name, John Henderson. That also means that John Henderson will be returning to Q School. No more tour card
57.
for John Henderson. Glenn Durrant also going out as well. So same situation for him. He will not be at the World Championship, and he will also lose that tour card, as will Andy Bolton as well. So quite a few sizable names going to be missing from that lineup.
94.
I'll update you more as the day goes on.
60.
Here at the Super Series, we're in the middle of leg 2 between Graham Usher and Arjan Konterman. Usher with a 1-0 advantage, looking for his first victory of the day.
40.
Konterman already with a win on the board, but that came all the way back in match number 1 against Gary Stone. So he's looking to rest a little bit of a slide in his previous 2 fixtures, and well, Graham Usher is looking to reverse a slide with the first 2 darts.
170.
So it gives the Dutchman the luxury of time on this 170. He doesn't have to go for it if he doesn't want to, and we will never find out whether he was actually going to go for the ball. And to be fair, if he was going for the ball with the last dart, then perhaps it was for the best that he didn't hit the second treble there.
125, and you require 81. Game shown the second leg.
Both players,
Arjan Konterman.
1 dart at double, and both players have hit them. 99 and 81, the finishers. And it was interesting that both players there ended up on the exact same finish. Both players leaving 81. Now, when you used to play down your local, when you was growing up, that used to be point for the chalker. I think we should bring that back and change it to but for the commentators. So we look forward to our treats arriving in the commentary box, because we just had a level scoreboard.
I'm sure Taylor, the scalper, who is effectively our chalker, will have different ideas.
59.
Commentary box is full of pints of coffee these days.
93.
Speaking of coffee, I see you've got yourself a coffee this morning, a nice festive cup. Are you a Christmas fan?
85.
From Thursday I will, not before the 1st of December. What about yourself?
The tree's been up for about 3 weeks. Yeah, big fan.
85.
I've watched Elf already. Just got to watch Home Alone, and Christmas has begun.
41.
In fairness, between sessions on Thursday, Love Actually might be given a bit of a watch.
99.
Fan of Love Actually?
No.
Actually.
140. Harry, number 120.
We should be talking about darts, actually. And Konterman leads himself on 124 after 12 against the darts. On the Usher throw.
Graham, 135.
And there's 135 for Graham Usher. Your sense had to go because Konterman is back on 32 for a 2-1 lead. And it's just not happening at the minute, is it, for the gambler who we've seen play
49.
Some imperious
32.
darts in this competition. But today has been a day you probably want to put to the back of his mind. And this leg is one he'll want to put to the back of his mind, because Konterman re-establishes the advantage at 2-1, steals the darts from the gambler's grasp.
Four-legged Arjan to throw first. Game on.
I wonder how much of this little bit of a lag from Graham Usher comes from previous experience on this stage. We think the last time we probably saw Graham Usher was on this stage was when he threw his darts down on the floor as Conan Whitehead celebrated picking up £20,000. So the very last game of darts he played on this stage was a £20,000 game of darts. Now, not saying that this game isn't important, but he's playing for 2 points here. Now,
66.
I can tell you from previous experience, when you play a game like I played at the World Championships a couple of years ago, when I was playing a £25,000 match, and then when you go back to the Pro Tour and you're playing a game that is equally as hard as the game you just played in the World Championship, because it's against the same
46.
people, but you're playing for £500. You do have a little bit of a lag in there. And I remember certain players mentioning to me in the past, I won't name names, but with things such as when they played in the Premier League, they found it hard to motivate themselves to play other matches
61.
when you was playing on the Pro Tour for like £200 or £500 a win. It just didn't have that level of focus or motivation. I wonder if there's just that little bit potentially creeping in for Graham Usher when he's gone from being on that stage playing for 20 grand to now playing for a couple of points on a Monday.
39.
When he's got 2 more days of this group still to go.
Doesn't have to go for the treble 17 and ball with Konterman back on 230.
I think that's one of the things I've always found really impressive about people like
64.
Van Gerwen, who just keep winning.
44. Arjan, you require 90.
Keep losing. Arjan can take this out. He took it out in the opening leg of the
day. On the fourth leg.
That was on the bullseye.
Arjan
Takes it out
Konterman.
this time in 2 darts on the double 15 and puts Graham Usher backs to the wall.
Fifth-legged Graham to throw first.
We've lost another
Game
big
on.
name over in that World Championship qualifier. Jeffrey Deswan, World Match Play semi-finalist.
140.
A couple of years back. He is out and also will lose his tour card on the back of that result.
180.
Huge loss for one Dutchman. That's a huge visit for another. It was interesting
60.
just looking at the facial reaction of Graham Usher before the leg began. Head looking down.
100.
As we were staring down the barrel of a potential 9-dart leg.
125.
For him, just looking down on the floor, trying to find something just to kind of get him going, was that a disconsolate
95.
look at the ground?
Well, you can see in the back he's trying to rev himself up. He's trying to find something. He's trying to force the aggression. Because it's not coming naturally for him. Like I said, there's a lag. There's something missing for him today. And he's just looking for it. He's trying to find it.
54.
And he is finding it, to
76.
be fair. Gone for a sub-15 dart leg.
56.
We could be about to lose again. If this
Only
72 goes,
72.
it will be 4 from 4 in the L column for Graham Usher. You wouldn't have predicted that at the start of the day.
Game shot on the man.
But that is the situation we are faced with.
Konterman.
Good performance there again from Arjan. It's another couple of points on the board, and his campaign's kicked off quite well. He's going to be competitive, and he's certainly going to be in this, but Graham Usher's chances of winning this group are getting slimmer and slimmer by the minute, and we are more likely looking with Graham Usher in his placement on the table to see which group he is going to be going into. David Cameron is coming up next. He's up the top end of the table, battling for that top position, and he's going to be taking on a man who's shown some very good form in his last game, a 98 average. That is Gary Stone.
Well, it's turning into a bit of a surprising start to Group A at the Super Series this week. That after Graham Usher lost for the 4th time today. He just cannot get going. The gambler, who was a finalist, of course, at Champions Week in Series 1. He goes down 4-1 to Arjan Konterman, whose finishing was fantastic in that match. That is what made the difference, as it so often does. 4 out of 6 for the Dutchman, restricting Usher to 3 darts at double in the game. But he hasn't got his maximums going, he hasn't got his doubles going, and he has not got any points in the Group A table. Bottom of it behind Gary Stone, who has 2. Konterman, after that victory, joins Josh Payne on 4 points. Remember, Payne won his first 2 matches without losing a leg, but it's gone wrong for him since then. And David Cameron is looking to put himself alongside Gian van Veen towards the top of the table. He takes on Gary Stone in the next one. Big match for Cameron and Stone, really. Van Veen threatening to pull away. Cameron was the first man to beat Josh Payne, and he did it after starting with that brilliant 106 checkout. As for Gary Stone, well, he took out 109 to earn his only victory of the day. It was, of course, against Graham Usher, the closest that he got to a win, sitting on 68 there when the Scotsman went out. Is that the start of something for Stone? Well, we will see over the next 10 or 15 minutes. He takes on Canada's David Cameron, pushing for top spot in the Group A table. Can Excalibur put Stone to the sword? Let's find out.
Cheers, Murph. So, David Cameron has been the moniker of consistency on this opening day at the Super Series. He takes on Gary Stone, who perhaps at times has been quite unlucky with the results that gone his way. He beat Graham Usher in his previous match. That probably was game of the day, in fairness, 98 average there. But in the 2 matches prior to that, lost with an 86 against Arjan Konterman, who put out his best performance of the day in victory there. And then he lost out to Gian van Veen in a tight tussle by 4 legs to 3. He's only on 2 points, but he's played better than a player who's only won 1 from his opening 3 matches. And you get the sense that both will play at quite a similar level. It's going to be those little moments here and there on the outer ring that's going to dictate who gets the 2 points in this one.
Yeah, we said in the last one, Gary Stone will probably play his best darts in that because the pace would have suited. Now, David Cameron's not exactly slow, but he's a lot slower than someone like Graham Usher, who allow Gary Stone just to get into his own rhythm and routine.
125.
180s in that game against Graham Usher across the 7 legs, and 98.07 average. So he's certainly getting better as the day is going on.
$58. 100. 140.
You see there the change of pace of the Gary Stone throw. The first start a lot more deliberate, and then just happy to follow those 2 in.
40.
That's something that when he plays a player like Graham Usher, you don't get this deliberate first start.
140. David, you require 140.
Himself on the double 19. Not a traditional dart player's favourite. Most of the time it's because people have that fear of splitting, the fear of coming inside and the breakdown, leaving that 19 on this dart.
19. David, you require 40.
He's had an opportunity to break. He hasn't taken it.
Game shot in the first
Mr. Consistency will.
David Cameron.
This is what we were saying all the way through. David Cameron will give you this level of performance, this good, solid level of performance.
To throw first.
It's for the other players to beat that.
You're not going to see him with many legs beyond 18 darts.
140.
And so, as an opponent, that forces you to go out to bat. But from your experience being on the biggest stages, Matt,
58.
when you're playing someone that you know is going to play to this standard, can that, to a certain extent, if they are beginning to play to type,
100.
enter the headspace?
I think it's harder or more nerve-wracking to play one of these players that just give you a solid par level. Because actually, these
60.
players that wave and they go up and down, they always give you the opportunity that they're going to drop off. And you're always thinking, I'm going to get an opportunity, or you think there might be one come
91.
along. But when you're playing someone like David Cameron, who literally is just so one-paced on that sort of line, that
83. Gary Rick
it's quite hard because you know
170.
you've got to carve out everything for yourself.
$57.
So 113 for Stone, who's got out the gate quite quickly in this one, but it was those 3
41.
missed doubles
Gary
in the
Rick
opening leg, which is why
113.
this is for a level game as opposed to a 2-0 lead. He has time. That's 25 scored there.
73.
73 scored, leaves himself on tops after 15. Cameron can't do anything back on 259, heads downstairs to try and leave himself on a finish, to try and apply some pressure upon Stone's return to the hockey.
95.
And this dart at tops
Gary
to
Rick 140.
level this game up at 1 apiece.
$20. David Rick 164.
Well, this would be ultra Cameron if he does this.
$60. Gary required 20.
That's 6 darts. I think that's 7 darts at the double so far, and counting.
No
Make
score.
that 9.
David, you require 104.
9 darts. Just not even 2 legs. He's not been able to convert one of them yet. He will get another 3 because Cameron can no longer finish from this 104.
88. Gary
And
required
Gary
20.
finally hit the outer ring.
Game on the second leg.
The 11th
Gary
time
Stone.
of asking, Gary Stone gets a leg on the board, levels it up, and that was a holder throw.
Delegates David to throw first.
Everything at the moment is going to expectations.
Dart at double, number 11 was heaven for Gary Stone, and so it is level,
89.
you devils, at 1 apiece. Underneath the church roof here at the Modus Live Lounge.
140.
This is game 12 of 15 today. Following this, we'll enter the final round of fixtures, which kicks off with Graham Usher up against Gian van Veen. And Gary Stone would then take on Josh Payne. And then Arjan Konterman ends the show against David Cameron. And then we will return. The fixtures will flip
60.
and reverse. It's like a Missy Elliott track tomorrow morning.
$43.
Reminder, if you are tuning in via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, first of all, very warm welcome to you. And don't forget to
96.
subscribe, because on top of the live coverage, we'll be bringing you highlights, game of the day, and bonus content from the Super Series.
97. $64. David Everett 132.
Well, we love a bit of pulley, Matt.
So does David Cameron.
Game
That is
shot
an
the
incredible
third leg.
finish there from David Cameron. 132 starts on the ball because it gives you some options, but when you hit that ball perfect, like he did in the bottom of the bed, it was just inviting for another one. Finds another ball, and then the 32. That's an incredible check out there from David Cameron. It always looks so nice as well, that
40.
shot. That has got to be one of the nicest finishes on the board for the darts fan watching along on the eye.
So aesthetically pleasing, isn't it?
96.
It's the equivalent of a curling free kick from 30 yards out. There's just some beauty about it. There's always a beautiful, nature-ish look to a max. And perhaps the biggest surprise, when you consider the pool of players that we got here today, is the lack of max action.
180.
Scrap that. That's only the 19th max of the day. Now, you would have thought that figure could be in at around 40 to 50 with the quality on show over the course of the day. But those back-to-back maximums means that Stone has a dart at tops for 2-2 and a 12-dart leg. This is brimming up. This is boiling up quite nicely. Sit back, relax, and enjoy this wherever you're tuning in from, whether it's your work lunch break or whether you're at home watching this with a cup of tea.
132.
This is getting good.
100.
And this is good to see from Gary, because one of the things I questioned him on at the start of the day was that ability to play well from behind, that ability to fight back into a situation. And that last leg, just 12 darts. Remember, he missed his first 10 darts at a double. His last 2 have been perfect. 2 from 2 out of the last 2 attempts.
134.
This is quite nice. Despite those 10 missed darts at the double, Gary Stone is now pushing up towards a 92 average. Just shows the scoring power that he started finding. 2 180s,
49.
Scores of 140 or more. That 101 finish.
Out on the back of a 1-3-2 by David Cameron in the previous leg, and that 140 sees him in command of leg 5 of the dart, 68 after 12.
99.
And they're just exchanging
68.
pairs of blows with the throw.
Strange switch there, though, from Gary. It might not come into play.
64.
But if he would have
Gary
gone to the
119.
The worst case he'd have left himself would have been the 120, which is straight up that line. Instead, he's got to start the 119. It's one of the worst finishes on the board. You hit the treble 19, you're still looking at 12.
David, you require 4.
Well, they say 2 is never lose, and it comes up trumps for David Cameron.
Sig leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Yeah, really bad counting there from Gary Stone. He made it more trickier for himself than it should have been.
131.
But then, utilises the better switch. The treble 17 there is the go-to switch, not the 19s.
100.
And he used it well.
$140. 125.
That column of ton plus visits has now ticked into double figures for David Cameron, and that's kind of what he's done for most of the day. That's what's afforded him the opportunities that he's had. Stone's first to a finish in this leg, but if he can crank in his third 140 plus of the game, he will find himself on a finish. Not to be on this occasion, and so Stone has 6 to take us to a decider. Do you go for the ball?
130.
Teased us and teased us, but he decides to go and leave tops after 12.
86. Gary require 40.
To go all the way.
$20.
Gonna need another visit.
David, you require 131.
It's all or nothing, isn't it? So the first start, or he chases it around for quite a bit.
Double 10.
121.
To 1 in style. That would have been on the back of a
20.
132 in this game as well.
$15.
But Stones missed his chance, and
David,
so Cameron comes
10.
back for the double 5 that he's just seen his opponent miss to win the match. And it is the consistency of Cameron that continues to prevail here at the Super Series. He gets the better of Gary Stone by 4 legs to 2 in that one. And so for David Cameron, he moves on to 6 points, 3 wins from 4 in the group so far. And so now we enter the final round of fixtures on Monday here at the Super Series. It's Graham Usher against Gian van Veen first, and that comes up after this short break.
Well, welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where our commentary team have dubbed David Cameron Mr. Consistency, and he is certainly living up to that nickname with 3 wins from his 4 games so far. The most recent, as you can see, a 4-2 success over Scotland's Gary Stone. A 1-3-2 checkout in there from Cameron, who was 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Look at the difference there. 18 darts at double in the match for Gary Stone. Only 11% successful. The table coming up next, and it is, as you just saw, Gian van Veen against Graham Usher. And Van Veen, well, he's gone even better than Cameron. It is 4 out of 4 for the young Dutchman, looking to complete a clean sweep today. He's 2 points clear of David Cameron, who is in turn 2 clear of Payne and Konterman. Gary Stone on 2, but Graham Usher, the surprise package for the wrong reasons today. He hasn't won a game yet and is looking to end it by beating a man who's unbeaten so far. So Gian van Veen, well, he's played some fantastic stuff today. Took out a fabulous 100 checkout in his victory over Josh Payne. Remember, Payne won his first 2 matches without losing a leg, but Van Veen has been brilliant. His first 3 wins were 4-3, 1-1, 4-2 as well. A nice 99 finish for Graham Usher, one of his highlights in the day's play. But you can see his reaction to it. It just hasn't really been there for him, and he is still looking for his first victory. Who would have thought that a day here at the Super Series where Graham Usher, the beaten finalist in Champions Week in Series 1, hasn't won a game? Is that how it'll end? Will he get one over the league leader, or will the Dutchman complete a perfect clean sweep and go 5 from 5? Let's find out then. It's Usher against Van Veen with Henry and Matthew.
And for the gambler, the cards have not fallen in the way that he would have liked. As for Gian van Veen, it's been the complete opposite. It's been the perfect day as far as he's concerned. There is a potential that both players could go 5 and 5. Van Veen, 5 victories from 5. Usher, 5 defeats from 5. And if Usher is to go that way, we're possibly talking about a fight to even get into Group B at this early stage.
It's Graham to throw first. Game on.
But it's good to see a bit of love in the room.
It can't continue for Graham. That's the first thing we've got to say. He's too good of a player for this run to continue.
45.
And I don't think Gian's been playing to a level where you say, just because this is top versus bottom, someone who's won 4 against someone who's lost 4, that we have a full-on conclusion here in this one.
I think he's just having some running repairs there, is Graham Usher, and he's dropped his towel en route. You hope not to throw the towel in this match.
81.
He has been having a bit of a towel in today. -11, 0 points on the board. And for second,
61.
Things are getting a little bit interesting. Although that bounce over the last dart actually opens up the door for Graham Usher.
65.
Dropping his darts a little bit today.
140.
He's got slippery fingers today.
$123. January 120.
I'll be hoping that this opportunity doesn't slip through his fingers.
56.
But Van Veen has got off to the similar sort of vein that we saw from him in the first couple of games. 24 after 12.
44. January requires 64.
And has been all over the Graham Usher throw in this opening leg. One dart, a double 16.
32. Graham
comes and goes, so Usher will get an opportunity, but it's at a sizable 143. Which, on the basis of the first leg, was
38.
Not likely to go. And so Van Veen, double 16 with dart 16.
No score.
But we still go on.
Grammy require
ironic, isn't it? Gian van Veen's not found much when it comes to controlling a game or hitting the trebles. And what's done it for him has been his very good doubling percentage so far. And then in this game, it's a total opposite. This is still on. Oh, it's back in the 1 again.
January require 32.
Would have been a different way to take out the 105. There's one preferred way to do this, and that's just plonk it straight in that green bit.
Game shot on the first leg. Gian van Veen.
On the 7th time of asking, Gian gets the opening leg, and that is a breaker throw. And the misery continues for Graham Usher, who's took a 303-mile trip to be here with us, joining us from Scarborough.
91.
That is a over 600-mile round trip. He's going to want some more positivity than he's getting at the moment. to make that trip feel worthwhile. Otherwise, that nearly 6-hour journey back to Scarborough is going to feel like a long drive.
100.
Although Aaron Monk the other week did tell us how to go for 105. There's only one way now. Ball 5 bull.
140.
I believe Scott Williams did that as well, didn't he, on the 105?
Scott Williams does what Scott Williams does.
52.
Williams does whatever he wants to do, doesn't he?
Judging by the Grand Slam, very much so.
81.
You got a pair of those yellow shoes in your cupboard?
Absolutely not. They were awful.
98.
Absolutely awful. Although I've been told I'm one to talk, so. I reckon Chris Murphy has something like that. He dresses quite respectfully, but I reckon he's got some garish garb on him.
Like a little one naughty number in the wardrobe,
60.
just like
Grammy
just comes out
80.
once every like couple of years.
Very naughty. That was very, very naughty as far as Graham Usher's concerned, because it stopped him from having a dart at tops.
27.
And he's missed the big number again, and this is
100.
becoming a bit of a horror show at the moment for Graham Usher. And Gian van Veen's job is to take full advantage, but he's going to return, but he should be having 3 darts at a double as opposed to 2. And considering he missed the big number with his last 2 darts, not even that's a guarantee. That was just in the 13. That's plumbing the tops. And he just holds his hands out, shrugs his shoulders, apologises to Gian van Veen, and he looks up to the heavens, looks up to the gods, and he's wondering what is happening here. But despite all the trials and the tribulations, he finds himself level at 1 apiece against the Dutchman, who's won every single game today.
83. $60.
And what is it like, Matt, when you're on that stage?
56.
You know you are so capable of a level much higher than the one that you're putting in, especially in this format where you're playing game after game after game.
Depends how you feel within yourself.
85.
There are times when you're just not playing well, but you feel you're throwing the darts right. You feel good about your game. And when it's like that, it's easy to dismiss and just go, okay, it didn't happen, it will happen, I can just trust the process. Graham Usher does not look like he's a man right now that trusts the process. He doesn't look like a guy who believes he can bring this back and win at the moment. He's sort of wandering around the stage a bit like a beaten man already. And that's the bit that becomes a bit concerning. That's the bit that then you go away and you think, why did that not work for me today? What do I need to change? And you leave here with questions.
63.
The worst thing you can do is ask yourself questions. You need the answers.
40. Game show on the third
That's
leg.
an answer for Graham Usher. 16 dart leg to lead 2-1, and he again holds his hand up in apology to Gian van Veen.
Gian to throw first. Game on.
Puff of the cheeks. And outtaking a breath.
100.
And you just get the sense
100.
that Graham's thinking it's a little bit of a chore at the minute. The confidence that he so often exudes
180.
isn't there in the same abundance. And that maximum for Van Veen gives him full authority
41.
in this leg with the darts, especially on the back of that 41 from Graham Usher.
57. $100. January 164. $140.
Excellent visit, excellent leg from Gian van Veen.
did this a lot earlier on in the day as well. Just looked
60.
like he wasn't producing,
Gian
and then hits a
required
13 darter
24.
on the throw.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
14 will
Gian
do
van
just as
Veen.
well. 2 apiece, level game. Graham Usher throwing first, best of 3.
5th leg, it's Graham to throw
I don't
first.
think we've
Game
got any
on.
clue at the moment in terms of the direction of this final game. One thing we can say
58.
is that tomorrow this will be both of these players' first match, and Gian will be throwing first in that game. If he can get the victory here against Graham Usher,
125.
and then can repeat that feat in the opening game tomorrow, after just
31.
one day and one game, we will completely marker pen Graham Usher, which is where we get the marker pen out and we draw a line through the name.
58.
And he'll be gone, completely out of the running, being able to get through this group.
Gian van Veen could go 12 points clear of him if he does the double over Usher. But the gambler's got
140.
other ideas here. But maybe the difference in this game is this, because for the scoring power of Gian van Veen, he has missed 9 darts of double. Usher, counter-wise, has only missed 1. And that was at the
50.
ball.
$100.
I'm going to look again over, give you some more names that you'll not
58.
see at the World
And you're
Championship. We've just lost
137.
Scott Mitchell, Scott Waits, Steve West, Darren Webster. So a couple more familiar faces. You will not see at
57.
Alexandra Palace this year.
Graham, you require 164.
Steve Lennon still going strong. I fancy Steve Lennon to get through this, you know. Ryan Joyce still in there. Ryan Rahman. Graham Usher. There's a little bit of juggling there with the darts.
81.
I believe we saw, was
Gian, you
it Zora
require 80.
Merchbacher actually do a little bit of darts juggling at the World Championship a few years ago.
70. Graham, you require 83.
2 darts. 2 8s.
Game shot on the 5th.
And that is a better dart and a bit of
Graham Usher.
reaction there from Graham Usher. Gives it a go on. He does apologise straight after
Gian
to
to throw first.
Gian,
Game
who
on.
says, just crack on, mate. You do what you need to do. It's this heat of the battle. You don't need to worry about what you're doing as such. You shake hands at the end.
100.
Graham Usher might have just woke up.
24.
Well, I say might have. I think might was the key word there.
But for Usher, at this point in the day that he's had, is it just
100.
important just to, if you feel like you're all pinting things up, just to release it, get it out the system and have a cleaner, clearer frame of
43.
mind?
Yes. You need to change something because, well, what he's doing is not working. That's the top,
40.
middle, and bottom of it. Whatever he's doing in games 1 to 4 didn't work. Do something different. Do the same things, get the same outcome is the expression. And it's not just an expression, it's actually a true statement. If you put the same thing in, after the process, you're going to get the same outcome.
180.
As Graham Usher hits his first 180 of this match. Throws his arms up in the air in ironic
57.
celebration. That's probably down to the fact that he opened the leg with 24-43.
It's not just his first max of the match, it's his first max of the day.
94.
This is Graham Usher we're talking about. The prolific maximum hitter.
100. Graham, you require 160.
To be some way to end the day. The ton here would be a
100.
fantastic
Graham, you
shot.
require
He'll
104.
like this position. Being on a 2 darter Your opponent being on 104.
Game
won't like
shot
this
on the
position,
sick
though,
flag. Gian van Veen.
Gian taking out that 100 shot and going all the way as we have another
Seventh
cuddle.
and final leg. It's Graham to throw first.
These two
Game
like
on.
each other, don't they? I think you can tell.
140.
The love is all around us. And the treble hitting is 2. And so the scoring grows.
177. 100.
You can feel the importance in your fingers. You can feel the importance in your toes. These are important throws of the tungsten, which could dictate the destiny of both of these two players. So Graham Usher, it would probably rule him out of contention to win Group A. But Gian van Veen will put himself in a very, very strong position. Overnight, he'd be on 10 points, the maximum allocation.
100.
Just to snatch that last star, but he finds a way into the treble. And so Usher needed that inspired 161.
86.
Van Veen left on 90 to win the match and to complete a perfect card.
Seen this 90 finish go a couple of times today from Arjan. Ball
65.
on the wires. Graham Usher was stretching out his back.
Require 85.
Getting himself ready for this 85 finish. Might be the bull himself.
60.
It was a dart at the bull. And Graham Usher might be ending the day on 5 from 5 defeats, while Gian could end the day on 5 from 5 victories.
Usher cannot look. His head sinks to the floor. Because maybe he felt that was inevitable. Gian van Veen completes 5 victories from 5, and it's yet another hug. There's been a lot of love on that stage between the pair. And even Owen Binks gets a hug at the end of it as well. Gian van Veen, a 4-3 victor then over Graham Usher. 5 from 5 wins for him, but it's 5 from 5 defeats for Usher. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Gary Stone in action up against Josh Payne.
Well, there we go then. It was a winless day for Graham Usher and a day without defeat for his Dutch opponent in that last match. Gian van Veen winning 4-3 for the 4th time today and making sure of a clean sweep. 5 wins from 5 at the expense of Usher, who is yet to pick up a point. A 104 checkout in there. The doubling wasn't great from Van Veen, was it, in that one? But the scoring from Usher has not been fantastic all day, in something of surprise, because he is one of the big power scorers in the Super Series. And we saw that when he reached the final of Series 1. We'll take a look at the table. It doesn't make great viewing for fans of the Scarborough man. Stranded at the bottom, 2 points adrift of Gary Stone, who's in action next against Josh Payne. For Payne, well, it started well. He won his first 2 games 4-0, but has since lost his last 2 and is now 6 points adrift of the league leader, Gian van Veen, and 2 behind David Cameron, who will contest the final match of the opening session. And as I said, Payne was off to a flying start, but it started to go wrong when he lost out to Cameron, has since been beaten by Gian van Veen as well. And Stone, well, only 1 win for Gary Stone, but he has produced some diamond darts today. This is the last 9 darts of a 12 dart leg. Back-to-back maximums from the Scotsman. And then he goes on to take out a stunning 101 checkout, showing exactly how good he can be. It's not reflected in victories so far today, just one of those, but Josh Payne is looking to turn things around himself as well. So I wonder if Stone feels that he could be there for the taking, or whether Payne can pick himself up and keep himself in the mix in chasing Van Veen for top spot. Let's find out then with Henry and Matthew Edgar.
Cheers, Murph. And it's fair to say, Matt, that when we were here at around about 11:30 today, we didn't think that when we came to the final round of fixtures, we'll be saying Josh Payne has to win this match to keep pace of those at the top.
Well, he was the guy at pace at the top, wasn't he? Back-to-back 4-0 wins, 4-0 against Graham Usher, which was a surprise at the time because we didn't expect Graham Usher to do what he's done today, and then 4-0 against Arjan Konterman, who's put in some good stuff today, and he's coming up next against David Cameron in a game I'm really looking forward to. I think that's one that could go either way. Gary Stone's been in and out of form
first leg,
today.
it's Gary to throw first.
Game on. Form, he's been very consistent in his games he's lost, with all in the 86 average. 86 average in a 4-1 defeat to Konterman. 4-3 defeat to Van Veen. That was with an 86. In his last game, he lost with an 86 to David Cameron. So he has peaked today, 98 average in a victory over Graham Usher.
134.
This is a game that both need to win, and I'm pretty sure I've got a bold prediction as Gary Stone gets another 180, and he could be on for an official 9-darter. We just saw that clip
96,
a second ago.
Gary, 141.
The 180, the 180, the 101. He was looking for the 141 there to get a 9-darter of his own. But I'm going to make a bold prediction here, because we've been doing predictions all day, and normally I'm quite good when I come to these sort of predictions. I reckon that this is going to be won by the man wearing blue.
57. Gary require 100.
The only way that could have been more obvious if you said it's going to be won by the man who wins 4 legs. What shade of blue?
Well, I was going to say, what will probably happen now is one of the players will go to the table, spill the drink down themselves, go change into a green shirt, and you're like, now who wins?
Game shot on the first leg. Gary Stone.
Great opening there from Gary Stone. That was a 13-darter in the end. Open that up with back-to-back 180s.
So it's Josh to throw first.
Earlier, found a few 180s in game 9 when he took on Graham Usher. He found 3 180s in that game, and that's the game when he averaged 98. So good early signs for fans of Gary Stone that we might be about to see another one of those top performances from him.
You mentioned the colour scheme. There was actually once a time in the PDC where in televised events, players were not allowed to wear the same coloured shirts, and the preference as to who would get what if they both had the same coloured shirt would go on to the player who was the highest seed in that particular event, or higher in the world rankings at that particular moment in time.
40.
Yep, remember it well, because I used to have to take 2 shirts. You used to have to take 2 different colours, completely opposite shirts, and you used to almost have like a home and an away shirt. I used to have a favourite green shirt. And I was playing Simon Whitlock at the Players' Championship Finals in Minehead. And I remember I wanted to try and leave my shirt as late as I could to see if I could get away wearing the green one as well. But yeah, I did. I was allowed to wear the green shirt, and that's sort of as that rule was changing to sort of allow players' individuality to come through in the shirt. But I do get it. I do. I still play that sort of now when I see 2 players in a red shirt. I think it doesn't look as nice.
Well, could you imagine Going Price turning up for a game against Michael Van Gogh and being high in the rankings in a green shirt?
58.
I would do that. I would genuinely do that. I would wear the shirt colour that I knew my opponent wanted to wear. If I was the highest ranked player, which, you know,
58.
I wouldn't be in that situation. It wouldn't be a problem for me. But
had to qualify first.
57. Judge require 56.
Contest winner.
Well, the good news is there's no rankings here. They can wear what they want. And
John
Josh Payne will hit whatever double he wants.
Josh Payne.
Makes it 1 apiece against Gary Stone. 17 dart leg that.
So it's Gary to throw first.
Because
game on.
He just said, and I quote, "You can wear what you want here." And Josh Payne might watch this
60.
back.
Of all people to say that to. We'll see him turn up tomorrow in a Borat-style mankini.
180.
Apologies to those who are tuning in on their lunch break.
100.
Well, maximum start for the maximum in this leg. But he doesn't follow up. Talking about clothing, this is some segue.
100.
I've had a message from Chris Murphy. I'm sure he's going to be referenced on the back of that. He sent me a photo of some Christmas socks.
100.
So on the Christmas theme. Oh, no. Matthew Edgar in this commentary box is showing me his socks. And they have Santa Claus all over them.
Of course, it's the 28th of November.
180. Joshua 128.
The beginning of Dartmouth, where maximums reign. Joel 20 will left the bullseye. Stone back for 61 for 2-1.
45. Gary requires 61.
Well, the treble 7 top
Game
route.
on the third leg.
Why not?
Gary Stone.
Stone leads 2-1. I don't know about you, Matt,
Josh
but
to throw first.
when a player goes that way, is that a sign of confidence?
I think both players are playing with good confidence here at the moment. They're both playing with a good rhythm about this. They're both looking forward. They're not looking back. They're not
60.
Dwelling on darts. They're not mopsing around. It's just getting on with it. They're both playing at a good pace and a good level. Gary Stone says his best performance came in game 9, 98 average at 3 180s. He's got 3 180s already in this one after just 3 legs. So we know that he can
57.
rise that level of performance, and it normally comes alongside that sort of power score in that.
57.
That section though, and the 3 180s currently are not backed up by anything in that 140 column. I think as soon as he starts getting that, that's where the difference is between where he is now and the 98 average we saw earlier on.
A reminder that after this, we're going to see Arjan Konterman against
100.
David Cameron in game 15 of 15. But before we do that, we're going to hear from Gian van Veen up on the balcony with Chris Murphy. It'd be interesting to get his thoughts on the day.
134.
5 from 5. Couldn't have asked for any better. And we asked the question, didn't we, at the beginning of the day with Gian, that the fact that he's done a lot of travelling this weekend to Minehead, to Europe, back to Portsmouth, whether that would have taken a toll. Well, it turns out to be the exact opposite.
94.
It was kind of my answer when Chris asked me that at the start of the day. He mentioned, and I says, when the thing is, because he's been doing so well recently and the confidence is so
42.
high, that's just,
Josh
you just don't get
98.
tired. When you feel confident, you just do not get tired. It doesn't grind you down. You could play 23 hours a day. It doesn't matter.
Game shown the 4 flag. Josh Payne.
And Josh Payne can play to this sort of standard all day. Leveled us up at 2 apiece, 88 and 89. The averages respectively.
Gary to throw first. Game on.
And in fact, maybe with the exception of the last one where
93.
both players kind of went through the motions a little bit in the Usher Van Veen game, every single match has been a quality tungsten tussle.
140. 80. 99. 96.
You feel like we're at a crucial point in this game, Matt, and both players may be knowing it because we've hit a little bit of a stalemate in this leg, which may be broken by that 98 for Payne to leave him on a finish.
60. Joshua 164.
Gary, not thinking with that last starts, left himself on a non-finish. That allows Josh just to set this up much easier. If Gary still would have gone for the ball with that last start, the 25 would have given him a shot at the 167. That would have just made Josh go a different route. It would have affected the game. Would have changed how these next few throws go.
32.
Instead now, Josh Payne's got 3 darts in his hand. Go 3-2 up.
Game
and to break the throw.
Josh Payne.
So he'll be throwing now to try and serve this out and to get this one wrapped up and end the day with another 2 points on the board, which would only be 6 points, which I say only because I'll remind you again that he won his opening 2 games of the day 4-0, 4-0.
Take us into the mind of Josh Payne.
You don't want that journey.
140.
I've spent a lot of time with Josh. That is a journey you do not want to go on.
Are you sure?
180.
Now I ask a follow-up question. That what would he be thinking after today?
He'll be disappointed. He'll be frustrated. Josh is a bit of a perfectionist. Josh could have won 4 out of 5 today and he'll be disappointed on the 1 he lost, not the 4 he won. He seeks perfection, and that's why he wants to be back on the tour. He wants to be back on the Pro Tour. And he'll be going for that come January for sure. You have to come round just to get the single.
100.
That was a very well thrown dart, a great effort. Gary Stone expected it. You could see the smile of expectation, which isn't really a smile. It's more of a, here we go again.
94. Joshua required 20.
To see out victory. Double 10. Two 5s. gets the job
shot on the
done for
match.
Josh Payne.
Josh
He
Payne.
opened up his day with 2 consecutive 4-0 victories. He then found himself on the wrong side of back-to-back defeats. But Josh Payne will look at the day glass half full, 3-2. He gets the better of Gary Stone by 4 legs to 2.
Welcome back. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Gian van Veen. Gian, brilliant day for you. Won 5 from 5. Just sum up how you're feeling about it all.
Yeah, of course, I'm happy to win 5 out of 5 games. I didn't play well today. Well, I played all right, but not particularly well. I felt good, but just lots of 60s. But, you know, as I said, 4 out of 5 wins were 4-3, so a bit lucky here and there. But, of course, I'm happy to get the 5 out of 5.
Yeah, a win is a win. We'll see the Group A table because it looks very nice for you. Top of it on 10 points. And I guess you're going to be cheering for your Dutch friend after this because he's going to take on David Cameron. It'll put you in a very good position if he stays on 6.
Yeah, of course, but I'll always be cheering for Arjan. You know, I'm here with him, so of course I'll always be cheering for him, except against me. But you know, of course I really would like to get him the win for himself. But you know, David is a great guy. I met him here today, and he's a really great guy. So we'll see. Hopefully, it's a good game.
Yeah, Josh Payne won his first 2 matches 4-0 as well. He's just won actually for the 3rd time, beating Gary Stone. Surprised to see him lose a couple after winning so handsomely in his first 2.
Yeah, of course. But you know, as I said, we have a tough group here today. We didn't play all particularly well today, and you know, everything can happen in the next 2 days. It's just Monday, and we'll see what happens.
You completed your 5 from 5 by beating Graham Usher, and again another surprise that Graham Usher doesn't have a win at all.
Yeah.
He made it through to the Champions Week finals last time, but a really good 104 finish. He kind of kept you in that one.
Yeah, it really had to go. You know, with Graham on 60 for the game, that 104 really needed to go. And with Graham is a great player, great guy as well. So I'm sure you get the wins the next couple of days.
It's your first time here, but
Yep.
of course we have seen you in Southampton before. You've done well there, and you've done really well since. Just talk to me a little bit about how much playing in this might have helped you achieve some of the other stuff like the Pro Tour final, the Challenge Tour win, etc.
Yeah, we're in Southampton. Of course, it wasn't on the stage, but in front of the cameras, get you more experience. And you know, if you have to play well the whole week, like you get here with 6 and 6 more join on Thursday, who are really great players, all of them. So you know you have to be at your best every game. And if you just a few % less, then you know you're going to lose. So of course, that experience really you need to bring out the best of you, and that. It's great experience, especially for the Challenge Tour, Development Tour and Pro Tour as well. So, yeah, really great to be here.
And just finally, of course, you made your debut in the Players' Championship
Yep.
finals on Friday. Then you went to the World Championship
Yep.
qualifier. Look, you want to win every single game you play, but bearing in mind all that travelling, did you really think it was realistic to win 5 matches today?
Well, no, especially not with this group. So it was always going to be tough. And I didn't play well. Well, I played all right, but didn't play particularly well today. And I think it's understandable, especially with all the traveling the last couple of days. And but as I'm happy with the 5 out of 5, even if I didn't play particularly well. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, and looking forward to it.
We certainly will. Looking forward to seeing him in action, see how long this winning run can go on. But one more match to come today, and it is that meeting between his Dutch pal, who he travelled here with, Arjan Konterman, and Canada's David Cameron. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on indeed, Chris. One final game here on day one at the Super Series for week 6, and it sees David Cameron up against Arjan Konterman to round off the Monday Modus Roadshow. So, is it going to be the Canadian Cameron, or is it going to be the Dutchman Konterman who's going to conjure up victory in our final game of the session? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, I think these two players have been the more consistent today. Well, obviously, David Cameron's someone we've said all along, a very consistent player, but
Okay, first I guess Arjan to throw first.
It's really been
Game
quite impressive,
on.
actually, in terms of the level of consistency we're seeing from him. When I was having a look over his numbers this morning, such as like the Challenge Tour, he's running at an 83. And then when we look at
135.
what we've seen from him so far in terms of a level of achievement, he got through one of the qualifiers for the European Tour this year, then lost 6-0 to Danny Noppert. We saw him play in the Western European qualifier this weekend. He lost out to Max Hopp in that. We've seen him on the Pro Tour, but he's only ever made the second round of the Pro Tour. And the wins that he's got, Kirk Shepherd, Luke Woodhouse, Dave Pallett, Nathan Derry, Richard North, it seems like when he comes up against one of like the seeded players,
96.
he's just nowhere near that level of competition. So, to be honest, I didn't expect to see too much from Arjan today, and he's actually been really impressive
60.
because not only has he had an increased level of performance, but it's looked like it's within his capabilities. He doesn't look like he's overstretched. It looks something that he could actually sustain this level.
42.
And so, on that basis of the fact that he's in a tough week this week, help him and prime him for those tougher matches in competition elsewhere.
80.
Oh, definitely, yeah. You want to be in these sort of weeks. One of the players earlier on was saying how this is a great opportunity because they're going to be in that World Masters in a week's time.
121.
What a great way to spend the week. You can spend it at home on the board by yourself, or you can come here and have, well, a minimum 25 or so matches.
125, David. 102.
Competitive level players, international players, champions.
TV champions this year in the shape and form of David Cameron. But here's Konterman, who wants double 10 to win the opening leg with Cameron back on top.
Game shot in the first
And he finds a way to pin the double 10,
Konterman
loops it over the top of the first dart. He leads the reigning Seniors World Masters champion
David to throw
by a
first.
leg to 0.
$180.
It's a bit of a Nelson on David Cameron's
43.
scoring power pack. 1, 1 and 1, the moniker of his kind of consistency. And maybe he's going to be providing us with a little bit more.
100.
Well, these two will end the day in and around the pack. Gian van Veen, we know, is going to top the table on 10 points. Cameron can go on to 8, 2 points behind. And Konterman could make it a three-way tie on 6. Take the excellence of Gian van Veen out of the equation. Who else and what else has impressed you so far today?
I think there's been a lot of surprise today.
David, you record 138.
I think everyone's had a impressive game or an impressive moment, but I don't think anyone's really put, and this includes Gian, I don't think anyone's really put it together as of yet to suggest that they could really extend their position in this group. I think at the moment it's still wide open, and that includes with Gian going 5 from 5 today.
Maybe Cameron's the man to put down the marker in the last game of the session, averaging 104.
Game shown the
14 dart leg there.
Cameron.
This has been a very good start for Cameron. However, it's only good enough for one apiece after Konterman took the opener.
Arjan to throw first. Game on.
Both know the significance of this game. Gian van Veen knows that if Konterman can seal victory here, he'll have a 4-point lead at the top of the table overnight after day one. That could be seismic in determining who the winners and runners are going to be.
58.
And of course, the fixtures reverse tomorrow, so this will be our opening match of the session.
30.
So if Cameron was to do the double over iron, he would be back level on points with Van Veen before he would play game 3 against Graham Usher, who you sense will take the frustrations of today and try and come out the traps much better tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't imagine Graham Usher doing this back-to-back days. One of the things we will know, though, from Graham Usher is, as far as winning this group has gone, his race is probably pretty much ran. And how that'll affect him, we don't know. We've seen in the past people have been in this sort of position, it's just lagged and lingered. Then Thursday comes round and bosh, the real Graham Usher stands up.
58.
When he gets a clean slate and it all begins again. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like that because, again, being one of those sort of rhythm players, you tend to get
100.
in these patterns. $100.
Done there for Konterman, but trouble here and it's advantage Cameron. Very much so now. Very, very much so.
140.
140. He's on 88. Konterman can only set this up.
120.
He disappointed with the last dart. Cameron returns to 88 to break the throw and open up a 2-1 advantage. 2 darts at double 14. Only needs the one.
David Cameron.
And this is a very good performance from David Cameron, averaging 95.5. 2 out of 3 on the doubles. 17. That leg was one in. First dart in hand on the double 14. And you sense that he's looking to make a charge at the end of the day.
180. $139.
We've dubbed him Mr. Consistency. We've talked about that big C word all day. However, he also has the ability to hit one of these big averages, one of these big games. Currently running over the 100 average in this one. Don't be surprised to see him keep that pace going.
180. $60.
However, that 60 has allowed Konterman to gain back the break that Cameron obtained in the previous leg.
125.
125 leaves him handily placed on 57 unless David Cameron can do something mesmeric. The 161 won't go. Konterman returns for Desmond.
41. Aaron, you require 57.
Tops a 2-2. Inside the space of 12 darts, but it doesn't go.
David,
Cameron
120.
gets the opportunity on 120 to open up a 3-1 lead and to go within one of the match.
60. Aaron, you require 20.
Double 5, he's beginning to chase the ball, but for no longer, and gets the break back. Level we are, 2 apiece.
Just thought we'd have a little look through the David Cameron recent games, because when I say he can get that average over the 100 as well as that level of consistency, I thought, I wonder how long ago it was that he actually last had an average over 100. It wasn't too far ago, actually. It was on one of the CDC tour events. Managed to average 100 against Doug Bowen. He beat him 5-1 in CDC tour number 10. And there were 12 tour events in total, so it was only 2 tournaments ago on that system. He reached the quarter-final that day, losing out 6-2 to Danny Baggish.
$140. $140.
Interesting when we look at players, what they do after winning tournaments. Obviously, we've had some first-time winners recently, like Michael Smith winning the Grand Slam, and people saying how it could open the floodgates for Michael Smith to now start coming through and producing. David Cameron, since he won that Seniors Masters, the very next CDC tour was won by himself. David Cameron went and won a title straight after, so it's always interesting, isn't it, to see how people do after a big win.
72. Aaron, you require 82.
Forms translating into this tournament. He's guaranteed 6 points no matter what.
25.
This double six will put him within a leg of finishing his debut day on 8. A very, very profitable return that would be.
David Cameron.
And he has the darts to do exactly that. He leads 3-2. 13 darter in the process. An average of 97.5. Been a very good performance this from David Cameron to round off the day's action. The highest average
96.
of the day, you wonder? Came from Gary Stone, 98.07, his 4-3 success against Graham Usher midway through the day. But Konterman, who's averaging 86.44 at this present moment in time. So going to take us to a decider. Has to break the throw in this leg to do so.
139.
Reminder that we are back tomorrow from 9:30 in the morning on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where if you are tuning in to us from there, don't forget to give us a subscribe, because on top of the live coverage, we'll be bringing you bonus content. We'll have highlights from this session and game of the day as well. 96. So do subscribe for that. We'll also do other little bits of content between now and our little break for the World Championships. So do stick with us here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. David Cameron then 6 darts from 170 to finish off his debut day on 8 points.
130.
Decided to go for the ball, and that leaves him on tops after 12. He's saved the best performance of the day to the very last game of the day. The average is going to be just underneath 100.
David, you require 40.
Tops for the match for David Cameron to finish his first day at the Super Series on 4 points. And it is a ton-topping average for Excalibur, who's put his opponents to the sword. There we go. 100.21 is the average. 2 180s to his name compared to Konterman's 1. Really, the 140 plus checkouts was important. 57% on his doubles. David Cameron is the victor by 4 legs to 2. Matthew Edgar has raced his way up to the gantry to join Chris Murphy.
He certainly has, Henry. Yes, thank you. And a brilliant way to sign off David Cameron, the first 3-figure average of the group.
Yeah, we've been saying consistency all day, haven't we? And when you've got that level of consistency, but you can peak like that around that 100 average, he's going to be dangerous now looking forwards, for sure.
Yeah, it's 5 wins out of 5 for Gian van Veen, but that win for Cameron means that he's hot on his heels. We'll take a look at that table now. It's quite pretty to look at it like that, isn't it? 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 from bottom to top, but some surprises in positions in there. Which one stands out for you?
Graham Usher, bottom of the table, is by far the biggest surprise out of all of those, and -12 as well, because the legs column is something you have a look at, and we have a look at that for the exact reason with that David Cameron, Gian van Veen situation. If David wins his game tomorrow and Gian loses his, those two will flip-flop places because of that leg difference. Gary Stone, 2 points again, probably a little bit surprising there for those two at the bottom end of the table, and Josh Payne on 6. It's not a bad tally, but when you think he started 4-0, 4-0, that is a very, very surprising tally to see him on 6 with +5 legs.
Yeah, Graham Usher, I mean, is he already out of contention for top spot? He'd have to win all 10 remaining games, wouldn't he?
He'll feel he's out of that, that's for sure. Certainly when you sit in this sort of position in the league table, you think you're out. Mathematically, you're not. He'll think he's got no chance whatsoever, and it's probably just a couple of days just to try and play for places. Does he care what group he's in? I don't think Graham Usher's the sort of person that will really care if he's Group C or Group B. Yes, we can look at it and go, oh, the maths are better and you've got a better opportunity for this. Graham Usher's the sort of person that just will not care. He'll just get on with what he's doing.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult week. We saw earlier some of the other names that are still to come in, so whoever does get through this group will be relieved to have done so. Look, I've given you the good grace of letting you see them all play for a day, but now I am going to ask you the question, who do you think it will be that takes that top spot?
I think Josh Payne's going to be right in the running. He's going to get better, and he's certainly going to be able to sustain that level of performance. I said in commentary, I'm not sure on Gian. Even though he's won 5 from 5, I'm not sold on him today. I've not been overly impressed with what I've seen from him.
To be fair, neither was he. He admitted that in the interview, didn't he?
He did, yes, and it's just not worked for him today. Well, it's worked for him, but I don't know how. And I think he probably feels exactly the same way. He's probably felt like he probably should have lost a couple of those games and certainly didn't look confident within himself throughout the entire day. I think at the moment you've got to look at David Cameron. He's very, very good level of consistency throughout the day, but also has found that 100-plus average and shown us that he can just go above and beyond when he needs to.
Yeah, great statement to end the day's play. The action does continue tomorrow, 9:30 a.m, live on Sporty Stuff TV, and of course the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel as always. Fantastic way to finish from David Cameron, but it was 5 wins from 5 for Gian van Veen today, as GVV was the MVP at the MODUS Super Series.